Once again, good morning, class. This will be the first session of our training. We have taken care of the GUI and all other related issues, and our agenda for today will be uh, to get an understanding of SAP generally, also get an understanding to SAP BI, what the difference between SAP ECC and then SAP BI, what those differences are, and then the overall picture, so that you can get the concept. Okay, so when anybody asks you about what is SAP, you will be able to give them a detailed overview of what it is, and then we are going to start with the building blocks in our development. When you need to build a house, you need bricks and you need blocks, right? That forms the basis of your building. It is the same way we are going to be developing a data warehouse, and the building blocks in developing that is what we call info objects. So I will introduce you to info objects as well. Okay? Very good. So what is this SAP all about? I know we had a seminar and I gave you a long lecture about what SAP generally is, and I would want to reiterate the most important aspects of that, and then we can move on. Okay. Okay. So the first thing that comes in mind is business and information. We always hear IT. IT we call information technology. Okay? What is so important about IT? Somebody builds something and calls it Facebook, and then it gains notoriety because you can go there and you can post something and somebody from somewhere can see it, and another person from somewhere can view what the other person posted over the pictures and information and everything, and see how powerful it is, attracting several millions of users. And just for the fact that this is a central place where people come and collaborate and come and exchange not just ideas but even gossip and information. It's very popular. It's become very popular, and it is. If you want to buy Facebook today, I'm sure you might have to sell somebody in your family to be able to afford for that. But
Evans,
yes.
yes, Ben says for me to ask you if you can hear him.
I cannot hear
I think
Ben.
he's trying.
I cannot hear Ben because I'm the one talking right now. Ben, if you are on a regular phone, if you are by the computer, well, if you're using a phone, you want to make sure that you enter your PIN. Okay, it's when you get in there, enter your PIN, and I'll be able to unmute you and then mute you. But currently you are muted, and I cannot unmute that. So once you're able to enter your PIN, I will be able to help you out on that. Okay. So especially these days where you have companies competing against each other. If you watch the news, they talk about Walmart, and then they talk about, for example, who is the competitor of Walmart? Let's say Target. If you're very observant, you go to Target and you see what they have, and a lot of people say Target has a little bit more upscale things. It's slightly more expensive than Walmart. And you go to Walmart and they are trying to revamp because they have a competition, right? Now, in order for you to streamline your processes, in order for you to do business in a way where you can maximize in terms of performance, and then stay on the cutting edge of technology, so that you can beat the competition. You need to be able to do things in a way where you come up on top ultimately. Okay, guys, if you're not talking, please mute your phones, because sometimes it's a little bit of a distraction for me. Okay, so you see where we're coming from, right? So what I'm going to do is to take you through, what SAP is. We talked about the history of SAP, how SAP started and all of that. I'm not going to go through that. What I need you to know today is that there is an environment, okay, where business is done. Now, in order for this business to work, you're going to have data. If you go to Walmart, they run their operations. What do? They sell. It's a retail. Okay? It's a retail. So they need an operative environment where they can run their business. So when you buy something and then you hit it and then you go back again and you want to go in and have an exchange, or you want to return, there is a place where that information is stored. Okay? There is a place where that information is stored. Walmart has products. Okay? Walmart has products. As an example. What else do they have? They have employees. So let me just say products here, for example. Okay. But they also do have, as an example, employees. Now, what I'm talking about is information. Okay? They have products, they have employees. You can go on and on and on and on and on. Okay? Material, customers, Now, Walmart's customers, they do not know them. But if you go to Sam's Club, for you to be able to buy in Sam's Club, you need membership. Okay? So that membership information, we can also put it over here, and we can say, it's customer information or membership information, whatever you will call that. Okay, so let's just call this membership information as an example. Okay, what is this here? All right. So all these are information that the company readily knows. Don't you think so? If you sell stuff, you will have not just an idea, but you have a very detailed information about the products that you sell, the products you want to sell. You should be able to know that you have employees, and your employees are like, let's say 2,000 employees you have. And whenever you hire one, you take detailed information about those employees. So this information, we can confidently say, is what? Known information, okay? That is known information about your company. Now, we are talking business over here because everything that we're doing is to better support a business. It's not for you in your house. All right? So when you talk about business, a business is in the business of making money. They are either selling products or rendering services. Okay? Those are the two categories that you'd find in a business. So if we pick up any business at all, we pick up any business and we say, hey guys, let's form our business. Let us go into the car manufacturing business as an example. There are things that we're going to have to deal with. Okay? Now, the products that we're going to be selling will be what? The end products of whatever we build. We have S class, we have S500, we have S430, okay? We have our C class line, CLK 500 or whatever. And these are all what? Products of what? Mercedes-Benz. So if we are Mercedes-Benz, we can start naming our products. But in order for us to come up with a product, what do we need? We need material, right? So that we know the kind of material that we use in building or in developing our end product. So some of the materials could be, when you look at a car, you have the car tires. Are you going to buy them or are you going to make them? If you're going to make them, what materials are you going to make? Are you going to use in developing your car tires? If it is coming from China or from somewhere, then you identify it as your material, right? And your end product is going to be what? Your product, which is your car that you are selling. You understand that? When you look in a car, you have seats, you have the engine made up of several parts coming from different places, developed by several other vendors and manufacturers. You see what I just mentioned again? I mentioned what? Vendors. So let's add vendors. Okay. Let's add vendors. So the vendor is like your supplier, the guy who brings you your material, the material that you use in the development of your car that we are calling the product, because you use your material to what? To build your car. And your car is your end product and you sell your car. Right? Okay. So you also have information about your vendors, people that supply you, bring you things in and out. These are all information that you know. Okay. So in SAP or in enterprise resource planning applications are, as an example, is SAP. Okay. There are other platforms or other companies that also do have alternative solutions, just like SAP will have. Okay. And you have Oracle, you have Siebel, you have different other ones that we'll talk about. But what I'm trying to point to over here is this is what we typically call in the business world master data. Okay? This is a typical example of what? Master data. Master data is data that you know about your company. So if we pick up, say, for example, employee, right? We're going to have an employee, it's the ID, right? And then we're going to have the employee, it can be title, okay? It can be the employee's location or age, and it can be address, okay, and then you also have what, let's see, telephone number. Okay, so employee ID 001. What is their title over there? Let's say the hiring manager or the manager of a particular store location. And what is the age? Let's say age 29. And what is the address? 111, Skycrest Drive. Okay, and then what is the telephone number? You'll be able to give the telephone number, as well. Okay, 777777777. Okay, this is an example of information that comes from what this employee master. Okay, all right, very good. So you see how this information is? It's all seated where somewhere in a table inside of the SAP operative environment. Okay, now the SAP operative environment is today what we call the ECC, Enterprise Central Component. Okay, ECC. So we call it SAP ECC system. So this is one type of information that you can find over there. All right, let's look at another type of data that you find. So this data we are calling master data, right? We're calling all of this master data. Okay. Let's also identify yet another data which is unknown. That this type of data is unknown data because we don't know when customer A comes to buy a particular product at a particular time from a particular place. Okay, so we can say customer, okay, and then we can say this customer will be, buying something for a particular quantity, right? And for a particular what? Amount. Okay? At a particular time, right? From a particular what? Location. As an example. Do you understand where I'm coming from? How are we going to be able to know this information unless it happens? Unless a transaction takes place, we will not have this information stored in our system. You understand where I'm coming from? Okay, so we have our product, which is our cars, and then customer 001 comes in and buys a quantity of, let's say, 3 cars, okay, for a particular amount of, let's say, 100,000, okay, at a particular time. Time can be the calendar day, so it can be April 23rd, 2011. Okay, and from which location was it bought? We can say what? Let's say Southwest. Southwest Mercedes. Okay, and then you're sitting down over there as a salesperson waiting for somebody else to come in and buy something else, right? Customer 2 or customer 002 also comes and then buys something. Like Walmart, so many people, Sam's Club, so many people buying. Now, you realize that if this is Sam's Club and you have this customer 001, right? This customer 001 will be sitting somewhere over here in your customer master data. What did I just do? Hold on 1 second, guys. So let me bring yet another information. Let's say customer. Okay. Now this customer will have its information over here. And the information of this customer 001 could be the customer address, the customer location. So that even though this data here is what? Transactional, meaning that a customer bought something for a quantity, for an amount at a particular time, at a particular location. If you want to be able to ship it to the customer, you can go to this customer address. You can go into the customer table and you find the customer address and send it to them. You understand what I'm saying? The customer address does not appear over here in the transaction, but there is data that is stored somewhere for the customer or for the vendor or for the product that that was bought. All this information is here already, which is called our master data. Okay, so we can separate this type of information, which is known data, and we can call it our master data information. Okay, and then the transactions for what we do not know, which is this over here, we can call that transaction data. All right. So let me bring this here. Let me put it up here like that. And so we can comfortably say that our transaction records okay, so let me just call this transaction data. Any questions?
This Linda, Evans, I have a question.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes, Linda, go ahead.
Where you have the master data, I see you have customer and you also have membership. Are there going to be two different things when it comes to a company that has membership information?
Well, that's a good point. That was why I was looking for the customer here. I couldn't find it. See, every business is different. Okay, it's not all businesses that does have membership. So I was using Sam's Club over here, and I said membership. So over here, our membership here, will be specifically for Sam's Club. Sam's Club can decide to call the information of their customers what? The members. So when you say membership or members, then you're specifically saying, attributing that to your customers because you identify them as your members. In our situation, we said that we are building cars, right? So if we are actually building cars, then who are going to be our customers? What do we call them? Anybody?
They will be customers.
Okay, I want you to think very, very carefully. If we are manufacturing cars, do you think that if you want to buy a car, you go to Mercedes to go buy it.
No, you go to the dealership.
So we as Mercedes, what do? We have to sell it to the dealership. So we can actually call our customers, right, dealership, because Mercedes doesn't own, dealership, but we sell them wholesale, or we have an arrangement where it goes in as wholesale, right, and then they in turn sell it. Any questions?
It's lender again. That means you have to get rid of the customer under the vendor, right?
Okay, I have unmuted everybody, so just make sure you don't make noise in the background. All right? Okay, Linda, come again, please. Linda, come again.
I'm saying, since we have the dealership, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm saying, since we are a manufacturing company as Mercedes, and we have the dealership as as our customers, then you are supposed to take off the customer underneath the vendor that you have there.
Okay, well, exactly, okay. There could also be that, yes, we sell products, but we may also offer services. See, these days, there are all kinds of things, that happen. Maybe what we're calling customer might be different. I don't want to confuse you, but yes, what you're saying is absolutely right. For our business model, when we say dealership, we mean our customers. Okay, so in that situation, we are not going to have customers and then dealership. Okay, very simple. So I just brought dealership over there so that you can have an idea, because you see, retail is a little dicey because you do not know your customers. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you, like, for example, Walmart doesn't know me, but Sam's Club knows me because I'm a member. And if we have our car manufacturing company and we say our customers, and we know our customers, we're referring to our dealership. So the type of business is a little different. So retail is a little, exclusive over here. But the point I'm trying to make is that master data is the known data of our company. It's data that we know. Transaction data is the data that happens at a particular time for when a transaction occurs, which we do not know. I mean, how do we know that Abigail wants to go buy wele in some African store to make food? She makes a decision, and then she drives over there, and she goes and picks up her wele, and she comes and does what? Makes food for me with it. Right? So when she goes, the transaction that happens is what we are calling the transaction data. So it is actually a combination of the customer, what she is buying, when she is buying, right? And then where she is buying it. Okay. So in this class or anywhere else, I want you to know from today that there are two main types of data. We're going to be dealing with data a lot. And everything I just talked about now just has to do with the two main types of data that is available. It's either transaction data or master data. Okay? And data is nothing but what? Information. Information. Is there anybody that doesn't understand anything up to this point? So we are all on the same page. James is okay. James, you're unmuted now. Do you have a question?
Okay, thank you. No, I was trying to ask a question, but I think Linda did ask that question, so
okay,
good enough.
All right, excellent, excellent. So I'm going to move on to the next slide, and for those of you who have gone through the videos, who didn't get a chance to, is there anybody who went through the videos from here? Let me ask that. The first video I gave you, I asked you to go over.
Yeah.
So everybody went through that.
Over.
Yeah, I went through.
Okay, excellent. All right, so we're taking the car manufacturing again. Okay, this is how businesses operate. When we as a team we want to set up a business, we say we want to build cars. Okay, the first thing that comes in mind is, first of all, we need the capital, and we need what? Organization. Okay. We need capital. We need capital, and we need what? The organization. All right. Now, where are we going to get our capital from? We can decide that, oh, you know what? Let's go to the bank and then go and ask for money. So the bank is going to feed your business with what? Money. In our business, we are going to set up a finance department that will be responsible in what? Handling all funds. Okay. So bank gives us money. It goes to what? Our finance department. Right? Okay. All right. So what is the finance department going to use this money for? What do you think they're going to use the money for?
They will use it to purchase materials and pay the employees.
Okay. Do you guys agree?
Yes.
Right? And a lot of the times, or in most cases, when you have a business that is starting, they start very big, they start very, very large. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have the money over there, but there are projections. They decide to hire employees so that they can pay them to do work when they in fact do not have profits made yet. So what money are you going to use in paying these your employees, when you haven't started? At least you need to be able to, start. You need some startup. That will be your startup cost, right? Okay. So in our business, which is our car manufacturing business, we need to be able to do what? First of all, we need to be able to buy our materials, right?
Yes.
And this material management department called is a department in our company. They do what? They are responsible for purchasing that from our vendors, right? From our vendors. Are you guys with me?
Yes.
I don't want to lose anybody. Let's just use a common sense approach to what we are doing so that at the end of the day, everybody is... See, when you understand the concepts of how a business works, you know, how businesses work, you will be absolutely, you know, good. Oh, Ben is still muted. Ben, you're muted now. Okay, so we have our vendors. Material management goes and says, hey guys, can you bring us car tires? Can you bring us the seat belt? Can you bring us the car seats? Can you bring us whatever? Okay. And material management will be responsible in what? Tracking this whole delivery of data or delivery of the parts or material that we want, right? Until they finally do it, bring it, right? So there is some sort of transaction that goes on over there. Now, so the finance department will have to give money through material management. Material management comes and says, hey, we want these parts. So it has to be bought, obviously, right? So over here, when money goes out, it is going to be accounts that we pay out. Okay? So let's call that accounts payable. Are you with me?
Yes.
Yes.
Accountants and the bankers. Correct me if I'm wrong somewhere, okay? If you have some ideas, also bring it up. I want to make this class a very lively class. So it's money we are paying out, it's money that goes out. So once the parts come in, it has to be either stored somewhere, and it eventually has to what? End up going to where? Our plant, right? Because there is another department that all they do is what? Is to plan our production. Right? Is to plan our production. So that is plant. We have our plant, right? Don't we have our plant? We do. Is that correct? What is the responsibility of this plant?
Are they the people going to do the production?
Yes. Okay, so plant is where, let's just put plant over here. Okay. And then the production is going to be planned. So you have production planning as well. Because remember that when this information comes, if we stock them, okay, having problems here. Sorry about that. Let's do it again.
Of warehouse management.
Warehouse management, right? Warehouse management. So your warehouse management. Okay, because there the information that is coming or the parts has to be stored somewhere. These days we have what we call just in time, where companies have gotten smarter. They're like, you know what? Why should we stock inventory? Why should we have so much in the warehouse that we do not need, that it will take a while? Let us only bring in things that we need. You know, I worked in a car manufacturing company in Alabama, so I have seen this, you know, real time, where we build 1,400 cars a day, and you see these vendors that are coming with the car parts, and they you know, if you have to have employees who will have to offload the truck and put it in a warehouse, and then whenever you need it to use it to build the cars, you have to go and then what? Pick it up again. That's waste of time. Why don't we eliminate that process of storing the information? Sorry, storing the parts, so that we only bring in parts that we use for the day. So you will see a lot of trucks lined up, and then they go through the back of the manufacturing plant, and then while they are moving slowly, robots are picking up the parts and they are building cars on the fly without having to stock, inventory. And that is what we call just in time. So by the time that the trucks leave the location or the site, you would have used all the parts in building the cars. How cool is that? Anyway, so back to what we were talking about. So we've identified a couple of departments, right? The warehouse management department, the inventory management department, the material management department, and of course your finance department. Now, people have to be paid. People have to be paid. People have to be paid, right? So here, we're saying that finance needs to do what? Send some of the money that they received to, again, HR, Human Resource Department. We all know what HR is responsible for. What are they responsible for, guys?
For hiring.
So that would be for salary, right?
Yeah.
And then what else?
Hiring people.
Benefits?
Benefits.
Benefits, okay.
Training.
Training. What else? Hiring.
Hiring.
Well, yeah, hiring. And then let's say, whatever development, right? They also have to save some of the money, especially for, some of the rogues who end up with sexual harassment, and then you get sued by that girl, and, they have to settle. Otherwise, their company is in trouble. That is why they spend a lot of money training you, so that you don't go mess up. They're like, look, you can do all that stuff outside of this place, but when you come here, you have to be careful. Okay? Excellent. So what else? So in all of this, we have identified how to spend money. What are we interested in? Every business is in the business of what? Making money, right? So we have to identify yet another department. That will be our sales department. You agree with me on that?
Yeah.
So sales department is the sales and distribution, okay? So this department will be responsible in planning the sales that sends money to the dealers or whatever, okay? And this is money that does what?
That comes. See.
It's money that comes in, right? So we call that AR, okay? We call that AR. So it's money that we receive. Look at, guys, there is something wrong with my presentation. Can anybody tell me?
Yeah, your arrow should point to the finance from
Exactly.
the sales.
It needs to change.
Right? This is the way we want it. We want the arrow to come from sales, and it should point and then go through what? Money that is coming in, like that. So who can tell me, AR and AP, which one should be more?
Yeah. Yeah.
AR should be more, right? Okay. So when you look at sales, what exactly are...
So when you look at sales, what exactly?
Yes.
You're saying AR should be more, and I'm asking why should it be more?
Exactly. So why should AR be more?
Because the company had to make profit. Because the company had to make profit. So if AR is high, they can pay off all their debt and still make money.
So what happens if AR is less than AP?
They're going to be in debt. They're going to be in debt.
Make bankrupt.
Money.
And what's going to happen to our company?
No point.
Shut down.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, we have some serious business guys here. Ellis, you have anything to add?
Yeah. No, I was just saying, so if you as a BW person, if you consistently give wrong reports and your AR is much lower than it should be, then you're really in trouble, right?
That's right.
So if they're like, hey, we want our AR report. So from here, as soon as you hear we want our AR report, what are you thinking of? It has something to do with what? Your customers, right? Do you guys agree with me on that?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is where the whole foundation of, you know, the classes come in. Because all you're going to be doing is, you know, the business would want to see reports and all of that. So make sure that you understand where we're coming from. Right? So if you look at SD, they're busy trying to bring in money. You look at MM, they are busy trying to do what? Buy parts. You look at plant, they are busy trying to what? What is the V number? What car are we building? Everybody is busy going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Okay, so Yao says it's not necessarily true about AR and AP. Excellent. That's what I want to hear. So can you speak out and tell us why, and let's brainstorm.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, the AR and AP. The AP can be more than the AR. If AR is small, it can happen that the company are able to collect their money as part of
Wait, Ben, there is a lot of noise coming from your end. So please, I want you to...
Hello, Evans.
Yes.
I wasn't even saying nothing. That doesn't...
Yeah, I know, but then the microphone, you know, it's there is noise there. There is a feedback that comes from there. So pay attention to that, please. Yao is giving in an input, so please go ahead and then make that.
The AR can be less than the AP.
Okay.
That does not mean the company should shut down.
Okay.
One possibility can be they are able to collect their money, their credit, the sales they make on credit faster, and they restrict paying people faster. So they just have enough money within the company to do other things. They can. That's where the treasury management comes in play.
Okay. All right, excellent. I guess hypothetically, what we're trying to relay here is when you start a business and you borrow money, you are in the interest of what? Making profit. Is that right? So all the money that you spend, that you send out, okay? This over here is actually internal, okay? HR over here is internal. You're not necessarily buying anything per se. So let me give it a different color, okay? Okay, all right. So if you borrow money from the bank and the bank is, let's say, you borrowed $3 million, right? Overall, at the end of the day, there is a certain expectation that you want to have, which is what? Make profit on the $3 million that you have. And the way that you make profit is money that is coming into the business. So if the money that is coming into the business overall is less than whatever that you invested, you are in the negative. Yeah, would you agree with me on that?
That's correct.
Okay, so that is the point that I'm trying to make. Of course, there are times where your AR is less, and the reason is you have probably paid out. There is a lot of money that has gone out at a particular time, and payments are being delayed. There is tsunami in Japan. There is the movement of your sales products is not moving as it ought to move, right? Shipments have been delayed and all of that stuff. There is backlog. There is open orders. So it takes a while for you to be able to recognize your revenue. But in a hypothetical sense, what goes out and what comes in, the variable or the variance determines whether the company is in the negative or it is actually made profit. Okay? Everybody, I don't think there is any business that will be happy to see their AR in red. Why do we have AR in red here? Maybe we should change it to green. Right? And since the bank usually they are mean, we can make them red. Because you don't pay them. You just like your mortgage, you see them show up on your doorstep. Anyway, so this is primarily how businesses are set up, okay? And that's what I wanted to relay to you. There are so many other departments that you would find. When you look at inventory management, warehouse management, you have your HR, you have your finance, right? Is there anybody who can talk to us about what a finance department does? Finance and then control. Anybody? Any accountant? Anybody works in the finance department to tell us what finance does?
Well, I guess basically they handle the income and expenses that pertains to the business.
They handle income and expenses.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? What about the assets and the liabilities?
Those are under the expenses and income.
Oh, come on, guys. I thought I had a few bankers and accountants and stuff over here. Somebody help me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what the finance department does is takes care of all the expenditure in the company in terms of these various departments. And also, aside from money coming in from sales, they also invest some of their profit into other businesses, just to make extra profit just up from the actual products they deal in.
So you're talking of acquisitions, you're talking of expansion.
Assets and, right.
Okay.
Okay. I also think finance departments also monitor their assets against their liabilities. Their assets in terms of physical assets and let's say physical assets and not physical assets. I don't have the word right now. Like physical assets, what they have for their company in terms of manufacturing equipment and stuff like that, and also their fiscal assets, their assets like their monies and what they have and what they're about to get and what they estimate to get.
Okay. 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 Anybody else?
Yeah, just to add a bit to what she said, let's take the plant of this company. They have machines that are used in building their cars, and they have a certain period by which these machines should be used. And after a while, let's say 5-year period, they had to sell those machines and get new ones for effectiveness. So they look into all that and make sure the company is operating effectively to bring in more money.
Okay, so then you have there is some element of depreciation over there that also goes into the books, right? So that you can see overall what you what you have. Okay, all right. So let me stir you up a little bit. You see how when you look at a company, and guys, this is not SAP. Okay, this is like how businesses work. So I don't want anybody to tell me, oh, I'm lost. We're having a conversation here. You know, we're trying to learn something. Yes, hello.
Yeah, can we say like the finance and control is just like the lifeblood of any company, because they like the heart of somebody, a heart of human being, that it pumps most of the blood into all the various departments.
Okay.
Because they take the financial decision of every department, HR, marketing and supply, marketing, and all those departments. They have to tell them this is what you can do, you can't do this, you cannot acquire this, you need to finance this one, this way. So I would say this is the lifeblood of any company.
Okay. Okay, excellent. So it's the heartbeat of any company, is the heart of any company, is this, because that is where, that is the hot spot. That is where money goes in and then comes out. Okay. All right. Now, say Lola, where you work in your department, there is a need to bring in somebody. How does that happen? Do you just go to the finance department or what? Who controls the finance department?
To bring in somebody?
Yes, if in your department.
My department is not a what should I say? We don't have, it's not a we don't have a cost center, so we don't make profit for the bank. We just ensure that the bank is not at risk when paying items to overdraw customers' accounts. So we're making sure the bank is not losing money.
Okay.
So I'm not, I mean, as far as finance, it's huge. I'm not in that part. But that would be, are you asking? That would be HR.
Well, so I guess, so what I'm asking is, someone has to call the shots in your department to say, you know what, we need this number of people in this department, don't you think, before it goes to HR? I mean, there has to be a hiring manager, right?
Oh, yeah. That would be my boss.
That would be your boss.
Yeah,
okay.
My boss is the hiring manager.
Okay.
I mean, the hiring manager for my department. And then,
exactly.
Of course, there's so that would be my boss. Okay.
So you guys understand that, it is not the finance department that hires you, right? All these departments, if you are in sales department, material management, finance, anywhere you are, it's a department. So there is someone over there that actually calls the shots as to, well, we are anticipating this large number of sales and we have only 30, sales people. We need to increase it by 100%. And in order for us to do that, we need to increase the budget. So who controls the finance department then? And
the finance manager.
I'll
be the finance manager.
I am going to give a disclaimer over here. This is not SAP again. This is a general discussion, and I am not an expert in finance. Okay.
Hello, Evans.
Yes, can you hold on a second if you can hear me?
Okay.
Yes, hold on 1 second. I'll come back with you. So I am not an expert in finance, but here the purpose over here is to identify how each and every department over here, you know, talks to each other and how business is actually streamlined, how business is done. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, would it be the finance manager or the head of that department, the finance department?
Okay, is there anybody else? Remember that the finance department is the heartbeat of the entire company. So who is responsible for that department? Somebody's got to be able to tell me this.
The bank?
Whoa, you?
The finance manager, Evans.
The finance manager. Okay, who else? Anybody else?
I believe the managing director of the company controls all these departments, and basically I believe the finance department works hand in hand with all these other departments.
Okay, anybody else?
Do I want to say the project manager have somebody who's in charge of the business?
We're talking money. We're talking money here.
Yeah, I think the bank.
Oh.
Well, no, you went and borrowed money from the bank. The
The
money is in your coffers. Who is the big man behind the finance department?
The chief accountant?
Don't you think it's a CFO?
The CFO.
Yeah, chief accountant.
The CFO.
See,
I guess it differs from each country, right?
Yeah.
That's the confusion, but here is the CFO.
Well, yeah, I guess so, right? I don't know how we call it, you know, in, in the other countries. But you guys agree with me that whenever we say C-level, there is you have your CEO, who is like the overall guy that, you know, is a representation of the entire company. But he needs people at that level, also C-level, to be able to what? Manage certain very important aspects of the company. So when you hear CFO, you know, all the titles with the C as here in America, it's a big deal. So you have a financial controller. So I guess my point here is, like Lola mentioned, if her boss needs to hire somebody and her boss represents, you know, that department, what happens is everybody submits a budget, right? How you intend, you know, what you need and how much is going to be spent. And before the year ends, there is a plan on how much that you need. And then the CFO will also have to justify, you know, how the money is being used and where it is going to. Department A needs $3 million. Department B needs $7 million. And this is exactly how they're going to be using it, based on their budget, based on their targets, based on forecasts, based on anything. He is able to be in the loop of things, and this is how the money is approved and then sent to the various departments. Is that fair to say? Right? That's why they pay them a lot of money, so they can carry the money home. You know, he's the last person you want to be, you know, nickel and diamond. Because once he carries it away, you know, that's it. Anyway, so back to point, we have identified all these various departments and what we can possibly have going on. Okay, so if you have this and you look at this over here, right? The vendor information will be coming from which department if you look at it from here?
Material management.
Right? Okay, so you realize that there is vendor information that is sitting down over there, and then the transaction data will be something specific to not customer but vendor in this respect, where you know, we bought this material from this location, let's say in China, at this particular time, from this vendor, and we are able to do what? Track the whole purchase process. It has to come through customs, it has to go through clearing, it has to go through all this paperwork from the location of the source all the way to to the destination where we're sending it. There is a whole process involved in this department to be dealing with, and this is all they do year in, year out. Plant, all they do year in, year out, to plan for the production, the cars, etc., etc., right? Sales and distribution, they have to be able to do what? Constantly bring in, you know, money into the company. HR, employees, hiring, etc. Benefits. You need a good relation with your bank. Okay, so you also do have a setup where all your money is seated somewhere, right, in the bank as well, so that you are not just paying the money that you owe them, but you also keep all your accounts. Ben, again, there is a lot of noise from your end. Ken, I haven't heard from you at all today. What's up? You have any input? Kenneth, you there? All right. So this is basically how business works. If you guys don't have any, hey Ellis, do you have anything to add?
No, not at the moment. I'm just enjoying the conversation.
Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So this is what SAP is about. Now, what makes this beautiful is, you see, for each department, they need a software to operate, right? When you want to file your taxes and you go to that tax guy, what do they use? They have a software where they do what? They input your gross income, your annual income, your net income, then they put in all your what? Whatever depreciation you have, they put in all your expenses, they put in all of that stuff. And once they are done, they are able to calculate and tell you how much money you either owe the IRS or is due for a refund for you. Is that not a software? Every department needs a software to operate. So if your finance department will need a finance and accounting software, okay, to operate. So they know how to put in their books, how to organize it and everything. The same thing, SD also needs a software. So when you look on their computer screen, you know, they're able to go somewhere, and that has to do with, okay, this is customer this, you bought this, and then, you know, at this location, and you were able to actually input and all of that. So that when a customer comes to you and is like, look, I want to return this television set, you know how to handle, or you know how to run from your sales register or wherever that, you know, software is, for you to be able to issue a refund. And sometimes when you go and you don't have the receipt, they'll be like, well, if you don't have a receipt, we can accept it, but we cannot give you a refund. It is going to have to be an in-store credit. So what do? They issue you with a card. You can use this card over here again anytime that you come in. Okay. So, having said that, every department needs its own software to better support its business. And that is where SAP comes in. SAP is made up of several software which we call functional areas or modules. Okay, SAP has several modules. Okay, so it can be FI, CO, finance and control. Okay, it's either SD, it's MM, it's PP, it's inventory management, warehouse management, etc., 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 etc. All right. Now, the beauty of SAP is the fact that you are not combining different softwares from different manufacturers or vendors, but SAP as a company developed all of these applications and put this application in one platform, which is what you see over here. It's in one platform so that everybody logs into the same place, but once you log in, you can go to your area. Okay? And another reason why this is actually very good is it seamlessly integrates. You have centralized data. Vendor is sitting somewhere, product is somewhere, employee is somewhere, customer, dealership, material is somewhere, so that it is available to any of these departments when they need it. You don't want a situation where another department goes and then inputs their own customer information. All right? And then HR, also goes and then they also enter. And there is only one single point of entry, and it makes sure that there is data consistency. There is only one place across the whole company. Okay, it's not like back in the days where we have to do things on paper and you have to repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. You have a little store, then you write in your books the customers that came in today, and then tomorrow you write it on another page and then another page, where you have one central place where you can keep all information. So that is what makes it very very interesting. Now, this over here, you realize that this is for what? The operation of the business. This is why we're calling this area our operative environment. Okay? It is still our operative environment, so that we can run operations over here. Anything that better supports our business and makes us more competitive in the open market. Any questions so far? So, having said that, an SAP consultant is either going to be here as an SD consultant, where you help them in customizing and developing exactly what software, how they want that software to be represented, so that they can better do what? Have their business run. So it's like going outside to go and say, hey, we need software. Can you help us develop something so that when we are doing sales, we'll be able to capture this information and that information and that information. All right? Another. So you have consultants, where all they deal in is material management or purchasing. Okay? This material management over here is also purchasing. So if you are in the purchasing department, this is where you are. If you're plant, you're here. SD, sales and distribution, you're here. All right? So there are users and there are functional SAP consultants who deal with the software to better help the business in order for them to do, well, or in order for them to be able to utilize and operate the software. Okay. So having spoken about all of these things here, where is BI? Where does BI come in? Where does BI come in?
Business intelligence.
We are done with the introduction to SAP. You guys understand the various modules. You understand how businesses operate. And for an assignment for today, I need you guys to, number one, go through session 2 of the video, okay, before next week. And then also give me a snapshot of your understanding of what we've spoken about in an essay. You send it to my email. I will read it, and it helps me to better, identify with you or understand how you understand what we've talked about so far. It helps me to evaluate, the class and where everybody is. So don't forget to give me a recap of what you think SAP is and how the business runs. Okay? So let's talk about SAP BI now. The idea of a business in its operations is to help the business function. That is why we say these are what? Functional areas. The business needs to do what? Function. If you do not have this system, the business cannot function. For example, when you go to Walmart and there is no sales register, they cannot ring you up. In order for the business to function, they need that sales department, and they need those registers, and they need to be able to scan so that they can collect your money, and then you're out of the place. Okay? That is why they are functional. It helps to let the business function on a day-to-day basis. It helps the business in its operations. That is why we're saying this is an operative environment. Day-to-day, daily operations of the business. Daily operations of the business. You have a card. It is called a credit card. You run it, you run it, you run it every day. You run it every day. You buy and you buy and you buy and you buy and you buy. And then one day, your husband looks in the account and be like, hey, what happened? Why is there no money in the account anymore? Then what he does is he's going to have to do an analysis of what you've been doing day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. Oh my goodness, she has been busy buying shoes. And so he can say, well, you see, this is not right. See how much money you spent in 1 month. What is he doing? He's doing analysis. So it is not operative, but it is what? Analysis. It is after the damage has been done, he is doing analysis based on the information, based on the operations that the wife did. You understand where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
There were transactions that Madame did. There were operations that she did. But after the effect, you looked at the trend, you looked at the information that is available that says that from January through March, this is how she's been spending. And you do what? You analyze the information. Okay. SD is busy ringing people in and out. Finance is busy giving money out to HR, to material management, buying, acquisitions. Ben, it's you again. Do you want me to mute you here? Okay. So all these companies, again, I keep repeating this. I want to repeat it and repeat it for you to get where I'm going to. Okay? These softwares that you see or departments that you see are running every day, The data is coming into the system. If it is material management, it is storing information on daily basis what is happening. If it is sales, it is storing information on daily basis, the operations of the company on daily basis. Okay, inventory management is dealing with the inventory that they have at a set time. Warehouse management is dealing with the storage and, you know, material that you have in stock. Plant is dealing with what cars is being built, what is going in there, the processes that goes in there, and then the people that are working and what needs to be done in order to produce that car. Everybody is operational. Everybody is working. Everybody is working operational daily. So we decided that, wait a minute. There has to be a place where we can collect information of the business for everything that has been going on in the past year, in the past 6 months, in the past 5 years, whatever, okay? And then be able to ask ourselves certain questions and see how the business is performing. How the business is performing. Because over here, each and every department is doing their own thing. So then SAP came up with another product called SAP Business Intelligence. And what SAP Business Intelligence does is to consolidate all this information in these various places into one place. Okay? Have all this information in one place, like that. All right, so that when you need anything, so you have material management information. Oh, goodness. Anyway. So you have your material management. What is going on with this? I like to do these things on the fly so that you guys can better appreciate it. So you have your MM over here. You have your SD information over here. Okay. You have your PP information. you have your finance information over here, okay? And all this information is in one central place. One central place. So that when you want access to it, it's very easy for you to, grab it. Okay? And the idea for this is very simple. It is to, what we are going to do in order for us to have this information, we want to pull that data from this place here, right? This is our ECC environment, is that right? SAP OLTP environment, and I will talk about that very soon. OLTP environment is online transaction processing. Transaction, like I said, transaction, okay? That is called an OLTP environment. So data, what we are going to be doing is we're going to be extracting data from this place, and we're going to send it into the BI. We're going to send it over here. We're going to send this into this place, and this is the SAP BI system. Okay, we're going to develop these targets. We're going to push the data from here into these various targets, and we are going to present the information on another layer that we call the presentation layer. Okay, so this here is a presentation layer. What are we going to be extracting? It's going to be data. What are we going to be building? Wherever the data is going to be sitting. Okay? And which area are we going to pull? We want to pull from the various modules so that these here are readily available about what? History. History. History simply means that all the information that, data that you've been the buying, the selling, the production, the finance, everything is going to come in here as what? History. You can track it, let's say, from 5 years ago. All the information is here. So when you get a requirement that says we want a report for vendor analysis, our vendors, who are our top 10 vendors, which of them supplies us with material that is most critical to our production, and which of them are always late? Okay, which of these vendors, take a lot of our money, so that you can ask questions around that and say, well, we need a different vendor because this vendor charges too much, or we need a different vendor because they don't give us a better deal, or you were trying to evaluate as the director in the MM department here. You want to be able to get any information about these vendors. If you are from the customer side and you want a report, that report is going to be coming from where? BI. We're going to move the data from the OLTP environment, okay, to our analytical environment, where we call what? OLAP, okay? This is our OLAP environment. So BI is all up, and SAP ECC, where the operations happen, is what? Our OLTP environment. Okay, so these are some stuff that you need to, start, learning how to, um, these are terminology that is actually good. Okay, so this is history, and then this is what, daily assets, data coming in every day, every day, every day. This is made that way, and then as the data comes in here, the next day BI will come and pick it up and add it to the library. So this here becomes like a storehouse of powerful information, intelligence. That is why we call this business intelligence. It contains all the information that your business has, right? It keeps it in one place. It keeps it in one place. You can think of it as this friend who, so there are 10 people, right? There are 10 people. Or let's just say that in our team, in this class, we all decide to, like, I go and then I tell Lola something. And then James goes and then speaks to Lola. And then Gloria goes and talks to Lola. And then Abigail goes and talks to Lola. And then Kenneth goes and talks to Lola. Everybody dumps information to Lola. Okay? The information that I have is my information. The information that Kenneth has is the information that he knows. He doesn't have my information. But guess what? Who is the one that has the most information about you, about me, about Abigail, about everybody else?
Lola.
So Lola becomes the lady that you don't want to mess with because she has all the information. So when we say, hey, can you give us information about Abigail and James? Then she'll just spit it out because she has it. Whereas over here, this has that information, this has that information, this has that information, that has that information. It's departmental. But here, we bring all the platforms together into one, and we are able to do what? Make reports of a combination of whichever functional area we want to report of. Okay? Do you guys get me where I'm coming from? This is where you have the business intelligence. So it's the idea is to consolidate information in one place and be able to create reports. Nice, great looking reports for presentation. And this helps the business in its decision making after the analysis. You analyze some information and then you make a decision based off that. Okay? Any questions? So you see how powerful BI can be? The central place for historical information about your environment. You can think of it as your library. So if you are a BI consultant and you get the position and they're like, well, what are you implementing? Oh, we are implementing FI, meaning that we want to do it, move FI information, okay, into BI. Into BI. So you're going to be, your implementation is going to be based off FI. And then the next time you get another project and you're like, well, yeah, we want to implement SD. Or sometimes it'll be like, oh, we want to implement all the modules, meaning that you are responsible in bringing data from all the various places where into BI. That means that you have a longer project. Ben, I'm going to meet you here, okay? Because I'm still getting this from you. All right. So this is how the whole BI environment is. And again, let me attempt to do this. The whole of this environment here, this data warehousing environment that you see here. Sorry about that. Let's use this. The whole of this is actually the BI environment. Okay. So let's color it and close it. Okay. So it's the BI environment is a combination of here where you call your administrator workbench. These days it has another name. So when you go in there, they will say EDW, Enterprise Data Warehousing Workbench. Okay, that is where you sit and you do all your development. Once you've done this development, then the next thing that you do is to present it, and that is where your presentation comes in. Okay, I want you to get the concept very well. So what are we going to be doing? We're going to be extracting data. We're going to manipulate, build the data, put it somewhere in the target, and then from there, we are going to create the report. When you go to Yahoo and you see all this Yahoo Finance and all of that stuff, it's all business intelligence. It is information that is coming from somewhere. So information is very powerful. Any questions so far? So you guys understand that the first thing we need to do is to extract some information, and then we build a model over here where we put in the information, and then we do what? We do a presentation where we actually view whatever we've created. Okay? All right. Having said that, your GUI, where does your GUI fall in? This SAP logon here you have allows you to get into the enterprise data warehouse, your EDW or your administrator workbench, as you all have seen. Once you've created all of this, there is another way to log into the front end of this, and then be able to do what? Create your queries based off the targets that you have created. And you see you have this here. You expose these things to the front, and then you create a query of it. And a report is a nice looking, whatever, information page. All right. So you guys will see a lot of that as we go. All right. So having said this, I want us to get in and start building developments. And we are going to assume we don't create any data. I'm going to repeat again. We do not create data, right? Because data is created for us. Data is already in ECC. All we are going to be doing is do what? Extract the data, transform the data, and then load the data over here and build our queries. We are going to use data that is already what? Available. I'm going to repeat it again because I don't want anybody to ask me, so are we going to be responsible in creating data over here? I'm saying it again. You do not create data. It is not your job. You are not a salesperson to be at the counter or at the ringer or at the sales register to ring people in and out. It is not your job. Your job is to pick up the data that is readily available and present it in a way that the business wants you to present it. And there are processes in doing that. When you want to build a house, you plan the house. The owner of the house is the one that has the idea of what they want, and they buy the parts. So you, as an architect, the owner tells you what they want, and then you do what? You either put it in, you first of all put it in your blueprint, and then the next thing that you do is you actually start building the house to satisfy the user, who will become the occupier or the occupant. Okay? Okay, we all know that in building houses, we need bricks and blocks. Those are the fundamental, basis. That forms the basis for any development. That forms the basis of you building. In our data warehousing, we will get into a system, we will load data, and we have to put it somewhere. You have water coming from a dam or from somewhere. You have your house. The water has to flow into your house. A lot of the times you have tanks in there that stores the water in there. If you want it, that's what you do. So that when you want to have access to water, you can open it. And thank God, over here we all have water heaters. If you go into your the restroom or the bathroom and you're taking a shower, you can enjoy heat, hot water or warm water. The water is stored somewhere and it gets heated, and you can open and close it. Okay, it was designed that way. Somebody did that. So the point I'm trying to make to you is, if you think of water as information coming from somewhere, you do not control the source of where it's coming from, but rather you understand where it is coming from, and you build your target to hold that information or that water at the target. And that is what you are going to be doing at the administrator workbench. That is all. That is the work of the BW guy or the BI guy. Okay? So I'm going to pretend over here to create data. I already told you that there are two types of data. We have what? Master data and transaction data. Okay? Master data and transaction data. Master data is information about entities that you have in your organization. Employees, customer information, vendor information, all of that is there already. Transaction data is, for example, your sales. You don't know how much sales you're going to make. You don't know who comes to buy what and what time. Okay? So when the transaction happens, you will have information about that. So these are the two main types of data that we have. So I'm going to rename this over here, and I'm going to call it master data. And if it is too little, I'm going to zoom in out to about 200. And we're going to call this master data. Okay? Again, for demonstration purposes, I'm going to pretend like this is ECC system that already has what? Data. So let's create some data. It is never your job to ever create any data. All right? Transaction data. Now, before I continue, I would also want to say that your BI environment is a separate product. Okay? It's a separate product. It is not here. It's not in here. This is a combination of what software is in one place. BW sits on its own. It's sitting somewhere on its own. Cool. Now, there are companies that can use BW for their business intelligence needs. And the reason is you can connect this BW to any source of information. And a source of information is not only your ECC environment. Okay? You understand where I'm coming from? There are other sources of information that your business may choose to use. For example, you have Oracle. Oracle is another ERP system. There is also Siebel. Okay? If you don't know Siebel, it's okay. You don't need to know Siebel. But just know that it is another type of what? ERP product, not from SAP. This is SAP. This is Oracle. You have PeopleSoft, you have Siebel, you have so many other things. In fact, even if we have Excel, right? Flat files. Flat file, which is nothing but, data. We can also call that a type of source system. So for simplicity's sake, today, I will use Excel. And let's call this flat file. Okay? All these are places where you can input data, send data to your BW system. All right? So let's assume today that we're going to be working on flat files. Our data is here. Let's say, for example, let's create customer master data. All right? So I'm going to say customer ID. All right? Now, when you have a customer, what are some of the properties or what are some of the attributes that a customer will have? What information are you going to capture about this customer ID or about this customer? Not customer ID, but about this customer. First of all, you want to give it an ID, right? Second of all, it should have like a name, shouldn't it? And then what else is it going to have?
Address. Contact information.
Okay. So we have customer. We have, let's say, age. Or let's start it right. So name, customer name, right? Let's say CUST customer name. Okay. And then what else?
Customer address.
Customer address. Maybe let me just do it in a way where you guys can see it. So customer, or let me just take off the customer so we can just say address, right?
Mm-hmm.
But address, we can break address down. If we want, we can put it in one place. But you know how it is when you fill in the form, it's not just one, right? So it's broken down into different columns. So let's say street. And then what again? City?
State.
Zip. Then we can have something like what? A telephone number. Something like this. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So when you see this, if this is information that, the business knows, our customer will be, let's say, customer C001, right? C001, C002, C003, up to C0010, for example. The first one is, let's say, Ken. Customer 02 is, let's say, Abigail. The third is, let's say, Lola. The fourth is, let's say, Yao. The fifth is, let's say, John. The sixth is, let's say, Ben. The seventh is, let's say, Gloria. The eighth is James. The nine is, who else is there? Agnes.
Ken.
Yeah, we already have Ken.
Yeah, Ken. Okay.
Who is the last one? Click. We have Ben already. Oh, Uchi is there. Uchi. Okay. Anyway, so we have, how many customers do we have?
9.
We have 10, right? All right. So street, 111, street. Let's continue this. Okay. Okay. So what city is Ken from?
Silver Spring?
Sorry?
Silver Spring?
Silver Spring. Did I get it right?
Yes.
All right. Okay, you can go ahead and then mute the phone. Ben, I have unmuted you, but you have to do better than that, okay?
Evans.
Yes.
I'm not moving. I'm not doing. I don't know where coming from.
Well, yeah, but it says that whenever I mute you, the place is quiet. So I don't know what you're doing. maybe you have.
Is it better now? Is it like quiet? Like
right now it is. Yes.
Okay.
Is there like a fan or something?
Nope.
Maybe your window is open.
Well, I'll try to keep it like stable. There's nothing going on here, so let's just go on.
Now, maybe you have people from outer space with you don't know about. But you know what you do though? Why don't you go ahead and then mute yourself? Mute yourself.
Okay. All right.
Yes. So that whenever you want to talk, you can unmute yourself. Okay. Just go ahead and mute it. Everybody mute your phones. When you want to talk, you just open it. It makes it much better. All right. So Ken is Silver Spring. Abigail, give us the city.
Bladensburg.
Sorry?
Bladensburg.
Oh, come on. You have to. Why don't you just say something like Dallas? Okay, spell it. Spell it.
PLA. Oh, it's B as in boy.
Okay.
BLADEN.
Bladensburg?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Oh, man. All right, Lola. Lola is here, right? Where are you? Katie?
Utica. No?
Where are you, Utica?
That's fine. Katie's fine. No, Katie's fine.
How about Accra? Okay, yeah, where are you from?
That's perfect.
What's your city, sir?
Sugarland. Houston.
Sugarland. John.
Richmond.
Richmond. Ben. Houston.
Houston.
Gloria.
Houston.
Are you sure? James. Sugarland? Woodlands.
No, Woodlands.
Woodlands. Agnes?
Paris.
Where is Click from?
He's from Paris.
Paris? You wish. Okay. So Maryland, is this MD or MA?
MD.
Okay. Oh, sorry. This is PA, right? And then this is MD. And Accra is GH. Oh, no, that's a state. So what? What do we call it? Let's just say AC.
Greater
Now
Accra.
let's just use GH.
Greater
Oh.
Accra.
Yeah.
So it's G, right?
Greater Accra.
What about Georgia? Okay. Sugarland is Texas. Richmond is Texas. Houston is Texas. Houston is Texas. Woodlands. Houston. Paris. Paris. Where is Paris
Texas.
from?
Paris is Texas.
Oh,
Texas.
really? Okay. Then we have, our zip code, so 77401, and then we just go all the way down. We don't have time. If you use your real zip code, Abigail might be following you. She has a way of tracking your car number, plates, and everything else. All right, so 222222222. That is the telephone number, right? All right. So we are done. So this is data that the client, and whenever I say the client, it is the company that is hiring you to come and work over there. This is information about their business. They have this already. Okay. Today, I want to show you how to load a flat file and master data. And I want to introduce you to info objects and all of that. And once we are done, we are good. I intend to close exactly at 11:30. Okay? So if we can finish it up on time, then we're great. You guys can go, and then you can go and work. I'll give you assignments, to do. All right, there are things I need you to note, okay? See this here? From here all the way here is what? Information about what? What would you call this? Is that not the property of this customer?
Yeah.
Right? It is the same information, but it is what? If you say customer 001, we want more information. So who is customer 001? Where does he live? What city, what state, what zip, what telephone? Is that right? But this customer over here has its what? Corresponding what? Attributes or properties. Okay? All right. So what we're going to do is let's go ahead and save this. Now, there is a format that SAP understands because what is this objective? Let me put it in the presentation so that you guys understand what we're trying to do here. It's everything that we're doing, what is our objective? Anybody can tell me?
Is it to extract data?
Our objective
Oh.
Objective here is to load customer master data into SAP BI, right? From where?
From data source.
What data source are we using?
Master data.
Oh, if you say that again, you
That's
you
the
will have
ECC. Oh,
Flat file, that's correct.
From the flat file.
Flat file or Excel.
right from the flat file, right? Remember that the source that we are loading the data from is important. We are loading what? Customer master. Okay? Into SAP BI from flat files. This is the objective. All right? Do you guys understand that? Okay. In order for us to do this, we have identified the file. The file needs to be saved. Save file. Okay. In CSV format. Okay. That is a hint for you. Make sure that when you save it this year, I don't know what version of Excel you're using, but come here, select, go down here, and save it as a what? A CSV. Let me put it here, and let me call this customer master. Okay? I'm going to save it as CSV. Okay, I'm going to save it as CSV, and that is it. That's basically what we have. Let me make sure that it's actually saved. Let me go open it. There it is. You open it, and then you have this. It's in CSV. That is why, you know, everything is gone. The colors and everything. All right? Is there anybody that is confused about anything right now? You guys are okay from here. All right. So, in order for you to load this information, you are going to have to deal with the target. You have a source. Your source is flat file. Okay, and your flat file contains what? Customer master. Okay, you want to be able to load it into BI. All right, now when you load anything, whenever you load master data into BI, that master data gets into a target, and this target is what we call info object. Okay, this is where it stays. This is where master data, that's what reside. Okay, so when you load data, this is where it's going to get into. It's going to get into an info object. So we are going to have to create an info object. All right? Okay. An info object is equivalent to a field. How many fields do we have here? Is there anybody who can tell me how many fields we have here?
7.
Yes, 7.
Is there anybody else that has something else? So when we say a field, we're talking about a column like this. Okay? Whenever we say a field, we're talking about a column. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7, right? A to G. All right. So each column is a representation of an info object. Okay? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Each column is a representation of what? An info object. Because you see, this is the smallest element of what you can build. It's all fields. So a field is correspondent to an info object when you're dealing with BI. Whenever you see a field, that is the smallest element that you can be dealing with in terms of putting data. All right? So we are going to create how many info objects? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay? Out of these info objects, how many of them are attributes? Or how many properties of customer do you have here?
6.
So this here, that, and that is what?
6.
We want to be able to make them all unite and become what? Attributes or properties of what? Customer. All right? Because I could have created 7 sheets and I have only in this worksheet is only customer. The next sheet is name. The next sheet is street. But here they are what? Logically related together. Okay? So whenever we say master data, right? Or we talk about attributes, we are talking about a set of data that what? Logically relates together here, like this. All right? Even though they are individual, they came together to be what? Identified as what? Master data, like that. But we are going to create them independently, just like we are all born independently. But then if you're at work, you belong to work and it's a group. If you are married and you have kids, you have a home. You belong to that group. In this situation, telephone, zip, state, city, street, name belongs to what? Customer. So it's a customer attribute. Okay? You understand where I'm coming from? So make note. Okay? So the first note that we want to make note of is the fact that we are going to have 7 info objects. Out of the 7, 6 are what? Attributes.
Attributes.
Of what? Customer. Right? Is that correct? In our example. Okay. What else do we need to make note of? What is the length of this customer? When you look at it, what is the length of it here? Come on, guys. It's C001, right? That means that 1, 2, 3, 4. So the length is 4. Now, is it always going to be 4, or is it going to be longer than this? Let me give you an example. When you go online and you're going into your Gmail or something and you are typing, how many alphabets can you type in there? Whoever developed it will make that determination, right? So in the development of your info object, you are saying that, hey, I want to be able to give this length for the records that will be coming in. These are records, right? the data that is coming in here, the length is going to have to be 4. If you put 3 and there is 4 coming in, it will only pick out the first 3 and leave the 4th. So all these are calculations that you have to take into account. So take into account the length. If this is going to be bigger or longer than 4 characters, you can do 5, 6, 7. All right. So let's take into account.
Even.
Yes.
Can you move to the left a little bit because I can't see what you were explaining.
Can I move? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I can see the customer ID you were. Yeah, there you go.
Is this okay?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, you see this here, C001. How long is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? All right. What about name? What is the longest over here that you're going to pick up? Tell me. And the name. I want someone to tell me.
Abigail.
7.
Abigail.
Abigail.
Okay. All right. What about, so Abigail here is what? It's 7, right?
Right.
But you see, we don't know how long. So sometimes you have to use your head and say, well, you know what? Let me give this character length here to be, let's say, 10. Or here the longest is what? 7. What if something else comes in and it's a long name? Right? So when you are developing an info object, you want to make sure that, where is this noise coming from again? You want to make sure that you have adequate length. All right? Okay, D. What is the longest over here? Anybody?
The blood and spec.
And Silver Spring.
How many? What is the length of Silver Spring?
It's 13 because of the space.
Yeah, well.
14.
For the record, the space in between is also
counts.
That also counts. Okay.
13.
So it's 13. Bladensburg is also 13, right? Okay. All right. So you guys understand where I'm coming from. So you take into account as well the length of what? Your info object. Okay? All right. Now, your info object, is it uppercase only, or it can contain lower cases?
Both.
Okay? Over here, we have what? Only upper cases. All right? So you want to make sure that when you're developing this, make sure it's only upper cases so that it does not allow lower cases. Here, we have lower cases. So you make sure that you figure out a way to say that, hey, that for the data coming, I want to, make room for what? Lower cases. All right? Over here, it's a combination of what? Characteristics of numbers and what? It's alphanumeric. All right? So if it is not numbers only, you're going to select a character string. City is the same thing. It has lower cases and upper cases. Zip, you can also select character for this, character string. And then telephone, you can do a number or a character string for this as well. And make sure that you take into consideration what? The length. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to build my own info object. All right? And I will have you build the same thing. So that you follow me and then you do it. We do it in the class. And then I'm going to give you assignments that you guys are going to have to complete before the next class. And all you're going to be doing is loading master data into an info object. Hopefully we can finish, you know, the whole thing. All right. So I'm going to log into my system, okay, with my name. Let me try this. I don't have a user. Okay, good. I'm going to go to RSA1. You see, Ellis taught you to do /n RSA1. All right? That is what you always do wherever you are. There are so many pages that you go to. Now, I can do RSA1 from here only because it is my easy access menu, which is, this is the first stage, this is the first place you come to when you log into a system. So I can, instead of doing /n, so what you're saying is, hey, I'm going into a new page. For example, if I want to go to another page and I just type in, let's say, RSA 5, and I hit enter, nothing happens. Why? Because I'm not in the easy access menu. In the easy access menu, I can easily type in RSA 5 and it will take me there. But because I am in another page outside of the easy access menu, I always have to put a slash and then an N and say RSA what? 5. /N simply means, hey, I want to go to a new page from here. Easy access menu is not considered a new page, but you can still put in /N so that, because that's the beginning page, right? So just type it in RSA 5 over there goes. But any other place that you are, you want to say /N and then you put in the transaction code. And the transaction code allows you to go to a page for you to be able to do something. Okay? So a /N RSA 5, I hit enter and it takes me to this page. Okay? As an example. I am back at the easy access menu. You see that? So I can just say RSA1 and then it will take me back to my EDW. This is where you're going to be sitting for the rest of your consulting life. So get used to it. All right. So what I want to create is an info object. So I go to info objects tab and this is where I'm going to be creating my info objects. Okay. An info object is a business evaluation object, like I told you, earlier on. All right. So let's create a new slide and let's do some theory here before I actually start. So info object is nothing but a business evaluation object. All right, which means that it can be product, it can be quantity, it can be key figure, whatever. So let's get some examples of info objects. All right. So somebody give me some examples. We have customer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We have product.
Okay, product.
We have sales representatives.
Okay. We need one after the other. So that's good. Somebody else. I want each and every one of you to give me an example of an info object. Let's start with Abigail. Abigail, give me one.
Okay. We have sales and distribution.
Okay, sales and distribution is not an info object. Sales and distribution is a department.
Okay.
Okay. So if you look at this presentation here, let me say this. You see these are all fields. Anything that can be a field, Abigail, anything that is a field, okay? Email address is an info object. Name is an info object. Zip is an info object. Anything that can be a field. Think of it as a field when you go on the internet, right? And you are filling a form. Any place that you can put in information, all right, is a field, right? So any field, you can liken it to an info object in BI.
Okay.
All right.
Then I'll.
So give me one more. Give me something.
Okay. So that's we have
from a business standpoint, everything we've talked about, we had customers, we had products, we had vendor, right?
Yes.
What else? Zip code. What about quantity? What about amount?
Telephone number.
Telephone number. Anything. Come on, guys. I want more.
Age.
Age.
Materials.
Material. Okay.
Date.
Date.
Sex.
Sex. Why are you laughing?
Sex is same as age.
Oh, come on.
Sex and age. Oh.
Gender will be better.
Gender will be better, right?
Gender, yeah.
All right. What else?
Location? No.
Location. Man, you guys are killing me with this noise. Okay. All right. Come on. Let's go. Anything else?
The state.
Ben, this is still you, man. Please mute that phone, okay? Because you don't know what's happening. So just go ahead and mute your phone. If you mute it, you're good. And then when you want to talk, you can come back and talk and then mute it back. State. Did you say state? All right. What else? Come on, guys.
We can add materials.
We already have material. Kenneth, anything?
How about price?
Price. Excellent. Okay. Anything that can contain, that can carry information
Can
as
we
a
add
header.
the dealer or sales representative?
That is perfect. That's perfect. You know, social security number, right? So you guys get a picture, right? You guys get a picture. All right. So.
Do you need? Excuse me, sorry. Do you need the social security of your customer?
It depends on your business. Tell me, do you need it?
It depends on your business.
Well, I mean, hey,
What if the customer is the government? Right? Even if the customer is the government, pretty much any dealings with the government goes by social security number.
And the bank,
right?
So I think
Right? And the bank, yeah.
And then also, you know, we are in a society where everything is. Guys, mute your phones, please. We are in a society where we actually get credit. You have to run your credits and you borrow money, and the business needs to ask for your social, right? If you want to buy something and then you submit your social security number, it has to go into a form. right? So exactly. So you need it.
Okay.
So now, having talked about all of these things, you realize that these are what we call info objects. Okay, they are business evaluation objects. We have those that are quantifiable and those that are non-quantifiable. So we have like quantity and amount and price, and those are sort of quantifiable, don't you think?
Yes.
And then you have like regular names like product, like it's a name, right? So what can we say about that? I am going to do this. I'm going to call this an info object. Sorry about that. And what I want to do with that is under info object, you can have two types of info objects. All right? The quantifiable ones and what? The non-quantifiable ones.
Non-quantifiable.
So we are not going to call them that, but rather we're going to call we have what we call the characteristics. Okay? And then we have what we call the what? Key figures.
Key figures.
Your key figures are your measurable ones, right? You buy a product, you know. Oh, so if you go to the store and you buy a product, you know, oh, I went to buy 10. You want to buy 10? You'll think you're crazy. 10 what? Is it $10,000 or the quantity of what? Of a characteristic, right? So it's a combination. So here you have your key figure, which is what? Your amount, your price, and then all of that, right? And then you have the characteristics over here, which gives you what exactly, you know, you are buying in terms of the name. All right. Is there anybody who is left out? Anybody left out? All right. So for our master data, we don't have any key figures here. There is no quantity or amount here, right? In our master data. So what we're going to do is let's focus on the master data that we're actually building. So we're going to be dealing with only what? Characteristics. Is that okay? All right. Now, for the purposes of organization, even on your computers, you know there is a place that is called My Documents, and then you put in information. And even in that document, you create a folder. So what I am going to do here, and I want everybody to understand this, is you see these here that you see, they are nothing but what? Like folders. When you look at this here, it's called an info area. So don't call it a folder anymore. Call it what? An info area. An info area allows you to what? For example, this is April 2011 class, right? So we expect that each and every one of you will be under April 2011 class. There is someone called student 00, and this is his what? Area. So I am also going to go ahead and then I right-click under April 2011. I'm going to create an info area, which is nothing but a folder. This folder will help me to be able to organize my stuff properly. So I right-click on it. I'm going to give my info area a name. All right? So, Ellis, do you have a name for me? So that will be, let's say, Z, and then if you are a student,
It should be, can you hear me?
Yes.
Evans, can you hear me? Okay. It should be Z and whatever number that you were using in your student ID. So, for example, Evans, use 00 for yours.
So Z,
So
00.
Abigail was 01. Yes, 0, 2 zeros, right? So Abigail, yours will be 01.
Okay.
And then you can put whatever else after that, Evans.
Okay, so Z, 00, and then what?
You can put anything like info area, whatever you're trying to do.
Okay, so that's my info area. I'm creating an info area, so it's IA. Let's standardize that.
Okay.
All right? So then I'm going to call this, the description will be Evans info area. And I'm going to hit continue and check it out. I got something.
Evans.
Yes.
Put it under the class info area. Okay, never mind. It's already there. I see that. Sorry. And guys,
all right.
Okay, how do you create a name again?
So what you do is you want to come under this here. You right click on it. I don't want you guys to do anything. Just follow me.
Okay.
Okay. Follow me. Follow what I'm doing. You right click and then you say create info area. Like that. Put in Z, your number. If it's 03, you put 03. All right, and your Z should be capital. It doesn't really matter, but you know. And then it's an info area, so let's put in IA, info area. But just so that we identify you, right, by the description, you can say, you know, Yao's info area or Glorious info area, so that we know what that is. It's a description of whatever this means. You guys, I can hear myself though.
Okay.
Any questions?
When I clicked on info area, mine it just pop up. I mean, I have my info area set up, but I didn't enter anything.
I didn't say click. I said right click and say create info area.
Yeah. When I right click and click create info area, I have my student 00 info area come up.
Well, yeah. Oh, so well, are you student 00?
Event.
Yes.
I don't think you right clicked. I think she double clicked. Double click and see what happens, right?
No. What she's saying is, Abigail, are you 01 or 00?
I'm 01.
Okay, so what's the problem? You can't create it.
When I right click and click on create info area, when I right click on the and click on create info area, nothing came up for me to enter the things that you entered, but it just came up student 00 info area, so I didn't get to enter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the same problem too. Just show up.
Can you right click again?
Listen. You highlight this April 2011 class.
Mm-hmm.
Right click on it. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's very simple. Right click on it and then go to create info area.
Yes.
There is just no way that you're going to miss that.
Yeah.
Yes. I did exactly that. But what I'm saying is...
Evan, do you want us all to create it?
No, not yet. But hold on one second. Abigail, so what's the problem again?
Well, I don't know if there's a problem because I see yours in mine, Yvonne's info area, and I see mine to students 00
info area.
So you see yours, so you are done.
Yes, but it's student 00 instead of student 01.
That's when you change it.
Evans.
Yeah.
Evans, can you refresh the and let's see what she's talking about. expand the student info area.
Yes.
I still don't get her. Okay, hold on. Let me just make you, Abigail, the presenter. Let me see what you're talking about. Okay. But that is not yours, Abigail.
Okay, when I right click on this.
Okay.
And go to create info area. Oh, it says down there that I don't have authorization for the DWB object.
Okay. All right. So that is a separate problem. That's not your problem. Okay, I see that. So Ellis, what do we need to do about that?
They should just keep watching you and pay attention. We'll get that solved. Right now, it's very important that you actually pay attention.
Okay. All right.
Don't worry about those errors. Just watch him do it.
Okay. So you know he will take care of that. All right. So you are right, Abigail. If that's what you were doing, you were okay. So you right click, you say create info area. You have your info area. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Now this info area, like I said, is going to be a folder for you when you create your characteristics and your key figures. All right. So in other words, what we are saying is we are going to create this here, right? This is what we are calling our info area. That's a folder for, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a folder that will house everything here. Is that correct? Okay. So once you create this, you are going to be creating your info objects under your info area. But remember that your info object also has two types of info objects, which is called what? Characteristics and what?
Key figure.
Key figure.
Characteristics and then key figures. Now, because of that, I would also want to. So let me do this. Let me do this, differently so that you can get a better pictorial view of what I'm doing. So this is the overall info area. All right. This is what we are calling the info area. This one here is the info area. All right. Now, I'm also going to create something that will be a folder for only my characteristics. Okay. And I'm going to call that my info object catalog. So there is a folder, which is the overall, and then there is a what? There is a catalog. So you're going to create two catalogs.
Yeah. Okay, you see some apartments with fences on it?
I can hear
like
you.
Garage, just make a left.
I can hear you, please. Can you mute your phone? All right. So you have an info area, and then inside of these, here you have what you call the info object catalog. Okay. This is your info object catalog. It's the same thing as what you have here, meaning that this white area over here, like this, is your info object catalogs. All right? Nothing difficult. This is just to help you arrange your what? Your info objects. All right? Okay, so if you look at what I've done, if you come over here, this here houses everything. I'm going to right-click and create an info object catalog. All right? I'm going to create one for characteristic, and I'm going to create one for what? Key figure. So if it's a characteristic, I check this. And I'm going to say Z, Alice, what do I use here? Z00 info object catalog, which is IC CH.
Yeah, 00 CH, yeah.
All right, this is just a naming convention. So IC is info object catalog, and it's of the type character. Alice, I think the feedback is coming from you whenever I can hear myself. So here is info object catalog of what? CHAR. This is how I choose to write it. Okay? And what did I choose? Character here. The next thing I do, I'm going to select this create button. Everybody sees that? Select create. All right? Once you see this screen, you see where you have this here, like a cigarette lighter? From today on, it's not a cigarette lighter. It is the activate button. So whenever I say activate something, I'm talking about this when you click it. Once you click it, you see what it does for you? It creates this info object catalog for you underneath the info area, just like we have it here. So it's created this here for us. It's created this. What is this? Let me put an outline over there. It created this for us, right? What you see, that outline, it just created it. All right. We already created this as well, so let me color code this also. This one here is also created. All right. The next thing that is left is the info object catalog for our key figures. So what you do, you're going to right click on the info area, and this time around you choose create info object catalog like you did the first time. Only this time you select what key figure. So again, I'm going to say Z00 IC. It's not a character, it's a key figure. So I can say KY or KF. Okay? And I'm going to do create. And then I'm going to do what? Activate. All right? Okay. So now I have this folder, I have this folder, and then I have this folder. So you see, if I close it, everything is inside of it. 1, 2, and everything is inside. You see that? So I expect each and every one of you to be able to do the same thing. You right-click here, create your info object first. Once you have your info object, right-click, create your catalogs, 2 catalogs, like you have here. Okay? So this is going to be step 1, step 2, and then step 3. So since I have my key figure, which is this here, oh, I didn't give it any title. Let me say edit name. Right click and say change. Change doesn't help me. Ellis, why do you do that? Change description. So I'm going to say info object catalog for my key figures. Okay. Just a description so that we can see it here. So I'm going to reactivate. I've reactivated, and then what I'm going to do is I'll have to refresh. This is a refresh button. Sometimes you have to click here and then do refresh entire tree. You see that? So it refreshed, and then here I am. This is a refresh. Whenever you want to refresh the whole thing, select the next one. All right? I hope you guys got it. So there we go. It's very simple, very easy for you all to be able to create info area, info object catalog for character, and info object catalog for key figure. All right? So there are 3 things that we've been able to create. And those are basically these. Okay. Any other questions? Is there anything that is not clear? So once you're done with that, remember that we're going to be creating only what? Characteristics, right? Our master data resides inside of a characteristic info object. It doesn't have amount or anything for us to create here. So here, you're going to right click. I'm going to create my first info object. That is, I'm going to right click and I say create info object. All right? Okay. What name do I want to give it? What am I creating? The first one I'm creating is customer ID. When I pick up a name, it should be between 3 and 9 characters. Okay? If I pick more than 3 and 9 for this length over here, I might not be. So let's say I pick, let's say Z 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 10, right? And I try to create anything, it will complain that it's more than 9 characters. You see what it says? It says the object name, look all the way below my computer. It says the object name must have between 3 and 9 characters. Okay? So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it Z. I start with a Z and I say, well, it's customer ID. So CUST ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 underscore 00, which is my ID, my number. Is it 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10. It's 10. So it's too long. It's too long. This is customer ID. Ellis, is there anything else I need to do? How do I represent customer? Maybe I'm going to take out the underscore.
I think to make it easier, let's actually start with the Z00 first.
Okay.
Right.
Well, but the Z00, this is customer, right?
Yeah,
okay,
so
that's
Z00 customer ID, cust ID or something.
Z00.
And then put whatever else after.
So cost ID.
Yeah.
Is it 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. All right. So I utilize all the 9. And then I just say continue. All right? When I do continue, This is, Alice, I think I'm still getting that feedback. All right. So this is the screen that comes. I want you to pay attention and listen very carefully. It's very, very straightforward. Okay. The first thing that I want to look here is, remember what we said. We have to take into consideration the what? The length of the info object that we're creating, right? So customer ID in our case is what?
Four.
So here, you're going to type in 4 here under the length, okay? 4. What is the data type? Oh, man. Ben, it's you again. It's you again.
Evans, I've been quiet. I'm not saying nothing.
I
I'm
know.
muting myself.
Yeah, just mute yourself now. That's the point I'm making. We don't know what the problem is. But what I'm saying is, when you are not talking, mute the phone, because I identify there is a problem coming from your end. There is a feedback coming from there. It can be the computer. It can be, you know, your broadband speed, the bandwidth. It can be anything. You know, but the point is mute the phone from there so that we don't have the feedback. When you want to talk, you open the line. So data type over here again is it a character? Is it a number? Is it date? Is it time? Okay, a character string is alphanumeric. Remember that we have C and then 001. So it's C is an alphabet, 0 is a number, right? So we just go ahead and then we pick the type of word, CHAR. Okay? That's it. That's all you need here. You're done. Do a check. You can do a check here. Right to the left of your activate, do a check like this. It says your characteristic is okay, meaning that you've defined it right. All right? Then you do what? You go ahead and then you activate. Go ahead and then click on activate. Yay! So we have one field created. Okay? And then you go and then you pick up the next info object. And what is that? It's customer name, right? So it's C name or whatever. So then my length, I have to determine what length I want to give it here. I'm going to pick 15 because I don't know, right? I don't know what the length it's going to be. So let me just go ahead. And you guys can use your discretion over there. I'm going to say Z00 and then CUST name, NM. All right, I'm going to say customer name. And I'm going to do what? Say continue. What is my data type? It's a character string. What is the length? I choose my own length. Do you want to accept lower cases? When you look at the data, of course, there is lowercase. So go ahead and then check this lowercase here. I'm going to repeat again. The first time we had customer ID, we do not want lower cases, so we did not select it. The second, there are in fact lower cases in between them. So you go ahead and you do what? You check lower cases here. All right? Data type, length, lower cases. That's all I want you to do from here. Do a check. And it's giving you a warning that, hey, lower cases make selection of character values difficult. Okay, whatever, we don't care. Continue. It's yellow, it's not red. Whenever you see anything like this, it's a warning. It's yellow. So don't call me and tell me, oh, something happened and I don't know what to do. It's a warning. It's not an error. So just say what? Continue. Okay? Only make sure you understand what it's saying. And then the next thing you do is what? You activate. You activate and then you continue. The same warning came there again. Yes, activate in spite of warning because we already know we want lower cases. That's all. All right, I've created number 2. I look at the next one is street. Street has alphanumeric. It has numbers. It has street, and it also has what? Lower cases as well. So I'll just go ahead, just right click, create, come over here, Z00. What is it? Is that street? So customer ST. That's just the way I'll put it. It's a customer street address. It's a character. The length, I'm going to choose 20. Lower cases, yes. Activate, yes. And yes. And yes. Then I move on to the next one, which is what? City. Right click, create info object, Z00, customer city. So instead of saying customer city, I'm just going to put in city. That way we can use it for whatever. So city, character string, I'm going to choose, let's say, 20 or 25, whatever. Is the city going to have lower cases? Yes. Activate. Yes. Okay. What is the next one? State. Z00 STATE STATE character. What do I want? It's 2, right? Is it lower cases? No, right? We don't want to, right?
No.
So you don't check it and then you activate. It doesn't give you the warning sign because you didn't check the lowercase. We have it. What is the next one? It's zip.
Zip.
Create info object, Z00 ZIP. It can be a number and it can be a character. I will select character. All right. And then I choose my length to be, zip is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Whatever you want, really. All right. I don't want lower cases, so I just pick up this and then I do what? Activate. Okay. Now remember that zip, I selected it as character, but you can select it as a number if you want to. But to make it easier for me, I just select a character. Okay. If you choose number, it's only with digits. So 77777. If you're not going to get the parentheses and or whatever, if you want number, you choose number, but character is fine. Telephone number. I can still go with telephone number as well. Now sometimes, you see this here, telephone number. If I have an info object already, and I don't want to say right click and then create an info object, right? I can select any of these like this, and I can say, is there a copy? There's no copy here. Okay, never mind. I should be able to just, what is that? This is another create, okay? So you can, instead of coming under the info object and creating it, you can also do it over here. But this is best practice for you. You select this telephone, Z00, TEL, say telephone number. Again, I select my character string. My length is 10, right? No lowercase.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I activate. Right? So I have created these ones here individually. They are all individual. Okay? There is no link between them. They are all individual. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like me creating several sheets over here, and then in each sheet I just put one of these over there. Control C. You know, like this. This is name. So if name is not here, right? There is name here. And then the next sheet will contain the next street, whatever. They are all independent. But here we brought them all together. We brought them all together, right? So I'm done with all of these. Now, you realize that what is the main characteristic is customer ID, right? This one here. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Because that's customer, 001, 002, and the description of the customer is what we call the customer what? Name, right? And we put the names over here. And let's bring this back. All right. So how can we make these here properties of this customer? They are properties or they are attributes. Properties and attributes are the same, okay? So now that you have all these independents there, you see this here, customer, this is the only one over here that is not what? An attribute. This is the main customer. So I want you to go back in there, double click on it. All right. When you look here, it says display. We want to make it to what? Change. And there's a pencil and the glasses. Whenever you do this, see it changes stuff here. You can edit. When you switch it back, it all grays out. It's display mode. So there is a display mode and there is a change mode. So I select change mode. So I want to assign properties to customer. In other words, I want to be able to create a table, right? There is a field and there is a table. You know what the difference is? This is a field. This is a field. But a combination of all of this makes up what? A table. All right? Field, 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 field. When we combine all of this into one, so that it uniquely gives us, you know, an identification, or it makes sense that, oh, customer 001, the name of customer 001 is Ken, and this is a street address for Ken, right? And this is the city for customer 001, and this is the state for customer 001, and this is the zip, and this is the telephone number for customer 001. It forms a whole row of data, and they are uniquely identified. So my point is, we have to be able to make this attributes become a property of customer. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Pay attention. Very, very, very important. I'm going to go into customer. Does customer have attributes? Oh yeah, they do. So look here, go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It says here attributes. What are the attributes of customer ID? Of customer. Click on that. What you have created already. I'm going to highlight this, do Control C, and I'm going to put it here. And I'm going to highlight customer name. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to highlight the street address. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to highlight the state. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to highlight the telephone number, Control C. I'm going to put it here. Now, I'm going to highlight the zip. If you right click, there is nothing like copy, so don't do that. All right? If you don't know what I'm doing, just look at it and then type it in there. Z00 ZIP. Oh, sorry. ZIP. All right? And then you can do enter. Okay? So you see what happened? Because we had already created them, we are linking these fields to customer so that they can what? Be together. That means that customer has these properties. That means that this customer now has these properties, bringing them together to form a table. All right? So you put them under attributes, and then you do what? You activate. Okay? All right. So Ellis, can they start work? For the next 20 minutes, I want them to start working on this, and then...
Yeah, you guys should be able to start in. Just a little housekeeping rules. Whatever info object you create, make sure it starts with Z and then your number. And then also, if you create any objects, make sure it goes under your info object. Anything outside your info area, anything that is outside the April 2011 class info area will be deleted. Okay, so please be careful where you create your objects. Create them under the April 2011 class info area, and then also put all your objects under your own info area. Don't mix it with someone else's. Okay, I think you guys should be good. Can we just maybe have one person show their screen and see them create it?
Who wants to go? Who wants to demonstrate? Everybody else, you can start creating your stuff, okay? Ellis, I think you can only have one person doing an info area at a time.
Yeah, I think so. It's an info area, right? Yeah.
All right, so let's start with
Abigail.
Abigail. Abigail, you are the presenter. Go ahead.
Okay, so my info area is student Z01.
Okay, hold on. Now, where it says info area, you realize that when I was doing this, I did not have any spaces.
Oh, okay.
And then you also realize that I started with the Z01 and then what? How did I start with that? So where you have there as info area, this is not, it's not right because you have space in between. And Ellis, what is the naming convention we just used?
I think you use that Z01 and then IA. So in your case, Abigail, you should, right where it says info area, it should be Z01. So delete all that, and then start with the Z01, and then you can put IA.
No space. No space.
No spaces.
It's not a description. It's a technical name.
Okay. So just put IA. Okay. And then the description, that's exactly where you can put spaces. So in the description, I want probably your first name, Abigail's info area, so we can identify it.
Okay.
Can you make it no, that's not what I meant. Abigail, this is description. So you have to write English. Okay? The info area, you don't have spaces. So give me your capital A because your name starts with a capital, and then a space, and then exactly the way you write English. Okay?
Okay. So spell my full name or just A?
It doesn't matter. I just want it to be something that anybody can read. It's regular English. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. So where is it? No. What are you doing now? Can you speak out? You are a consultant, right? So tell us what you're doing.
Okay, so I just created my info area.
Excellent.
So I'll create my info objects.
Where you create your what?
I just created my info area. So,
Okay, Abigail. So you created your big folder, right? So where are you going to create your smaller folders that you call info object catalog? Is it not supposed to be inside of Abigail info area? Why are you creating it under class info area?
Wow, I do not understand that.
Even told them, Abigail. Okay, if you look at the April 2011 class.
Yes.
Okay, underneath that, what do you see?
Student 00 info area.
Okay, now go all the way to the very last one.
That's my Abigail info area.
So anything you create will have to come underneath that. So if you want to create anything else, you have to right-click on Abigail's info area.
Okay. And now create my info objects catalog.
Yes. Excellent.
Okay. Do I start with a Z?
What do you think?
You always have to start with a Z01. Okay. That's how we're going to identify anything created by Abigail, is the Z01.
Okay, hold on, Abigail. I think I want you guys to pay attention when I am doing. I mean, this is, it's fine. But what did I do here? Right? Z01, and then we said it's what? It's an info catalog, right? So I put IC. And then what object type are you going to be creating this info object catalog for? For characteristics.
Yes.
So Z01, IC, and then CH. Okay. No. Well, it's there already. What's next? What do you do next? Where is your description? Okay, very good.
Do I leave space here?
It's description, so you can write English.
Okay.
No. There is nothing like info character. You see, it's an info object catalog, and then you can put hyphen, and then you put char, or you put character. Okay. You have to understand what you're doing so that it reflects with how you identify, these. So info object catalog for what?
Abigail.
Just type in info object catalog and then the space.
Okay, tell me, what are you creating this info object catalog for?
For
Why are you creating this?
I'm creating it for my presentation layer.
Can somebody help her out? Why is she creating an info object catalog?
For the key figure.
This
This is for my
she's creating the info object catalogs.
For key figure.
Why is it key figure?
No, we are creating info object catalog for characteristics.
Thank you. So Abigail, exactly what he said. Your description has to reflect that. Okay? So you're creating an info object catalog for characteristics. So put that in your description. Okay?
Okay.
Instead of the CAT, just make a catalog.
Okay.
I mean, that's fine. Just continue. So what do you do next?
I click on create.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, I think it's this thing that is not moving, right? Because I think my stuff is static. Can you guys see something else? Have you clicked on create already?
Yes.
Yes, you already did. So Abigail, after you create, what do you do? Before you can use any object you create, you have to what?
Activate it.
Activate it.
It says objects could not be activated.
Close that.
It says objects could not be activated.
Yeah, go ahead and click your green check mark. Okay, someone else is trying to, who else is actually trying to create an info object catalog right now?
Guys, only you can do this particular item one at a time, okay, for info areas. So that's what we're saying, that do not do anything else. Wait for Abigail to finish.
Abigail, try activating it again.
Okay.
Okay, well, everybody else, I want you to do a /n RSA RSA.
One should be okay.
1.
Abigail,
not you. Not you. Everybody else, /n RSA 1. Everybody go there. Abigail, try activating it again. Okay, everybody, you need to go to /n RSA 1. Do it again. Try it again. Abigail, go ahead and try it again.
Let it come up. Let it just save it. Click continue, Abigail. Click the green check mark.
No, actually, let it just come out. You know, when she can redo it again.
Yeah, come out and recreate it.
Recreate it.
No, wait, Abigail, wait. You see where you see the green button up over there underneath extras? Go all the way up at the bar. No, all the way up. Like all the way up. All the way up. Okay, click on that. Just do a no. Click no. Okay, now redo it. Can you be a little faster? Why are you putting student over there?
Okay, right there. Select it. See, once the system remembers anytime you try to create something. So go ahead and click on that. There we go. And give that description again.
Okay. So it's info.
Info object
Oh,
catalog.
it's Z first.
Just put info object catalog.
It's description. It's English. We don't do Z's in English. Okay, good.
And then create.
Actually already saved it.
It says info object catalog already exists.
Just do enter. Can you do enter? And then change it. You have IC, right? Add CH. Add 2 to the. Yeah, add 2 to that.
2.
Yes, add the number 2. Okay, and then do create. The first one you did somehow, somewhere, saved it somewhere. Do your activation here.
Okay.
All right, then move on. Do the next one.
Okay, so right now I have to do the attributes.
No, there are 2 types of info object catalogs, right?
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
And Evans, the reason why that didn't work is because James created an info object catalog by that name.
Okay.
You see that, James?
I'm looking at it right now. Hold on.
Abigail, make sure it's 01, okay, not 01.
Yeah.
01 IC and then KF. We need to be fast. Okay, this is very straightforward. Then put in a description. It's your info object catalog for your key figures. It's nothing but a folder. Everything you're creating they are folders. You haven't even started creating your info objects yet. All right, so you know what you're going to start doing now, right? You're going to right-click on your characteristic. Okay, right-click on that. And then what do you do next?
Create info objects.
Okay, go ahead. So what is the first one you're going to be creating?
Customer ID.
Okay.
Abigail, always remember, your technical name has to start with a Z01. Don't forget that.
Okay.
See, otherwise you guys will be creating the same thing all over the place and you keep running into each other. And then just do CUS, no, just ID. That's fine, CUSD ID, that's fine.
Okay.
Description, customer or customer ID, whatever. Okay. So what is the length? Why are you activating?
That I was done.
Go ahead and click on that drop down. Click on the data type. Where it says data type, click on that drop down.
Okay.
Which one do you choose? Can you guys help? What should she choose?
You choose the character string. And the length is 4.
Just type in 4, not 04. Okay, just type in 4. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you need lower cases over here?
No.
Okay. So what's the next thing you do? No, 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 no. That's not the create button you use. You are going to have to do what? Activate. You've created already. You are doing activate.
Okay.
So activate it.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So go ahead and then create all of, the rest of it, and make sure that, your length is right, and make sure that your everything else is right. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Who is next?
I'm already.
Abigail, you're doing the same thing again. Ellis told you make sure when you start it is Z01.
Yes. I'm sorry.
And this is not customer ID, so it's going to be customer name. Make sure it's 9, and then your long description. You cannot forget that again. Otherwise, you owe me $30. And
Okay.
the customer name now, you decided to make it all capital. Like I told you, it's description. So capital C, and then the rest lower cases, and then N is the capital N, AME, right? Capital C, you start with a capital, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who is next? Agnes, you there? Okay, Ben, I'm going to make you the presenter so that you can go ahead and create your info area.
Evans.
Yes.
Evans. Just go on with this section. I'm having problems installing the GUI, so just go and I'll catch up. That's for sure. When I'm downloading it, it's telling me that the extension, there's an extension that I need. I don't know what that is. Evans?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Now I get to this stage, I download it and everything. It's giving me problems. It's telling the extension when I'm the extension. I don't have the extension, so I don't know.
I mean, what extension? When you downloaded it, have you?
I've installed it and everything. Evans.
James,
go ahead
can
and
you?
make it presenter.
Yeah, between these two, right? I go with this.
Hold on. You are not, James. The info object catalog you created is 01. It's not yours. So go ahead and delete it. Right click and say delete, and create it under your own number. Z0, whatever your number is, your student number. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Evans.
Ben, you are the presenter now, right?
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you've already downloaded it.
I did. It did not. It was giving me an extension, so I'm starting it all over again. I don't know why. Then I followed with this presentation. I selected GUI.
No, but I don't understand what you're doing here. Like, what are you doing here?
You have to download the
I'm trying to download the GUI.
But
this is the Dropbox you sent me.
But the whole thing is a GUI. So why are you going inside here and then downloading it? Can you go out? Click on Dropbox. Click on the Dropbox up there on the left. Have you done that?
Yeah.
Ellis, what do you see on the screen?
I clicked on it.
Yeah, I see there. So click on the
public SAP class.
Okay, go ahead and click on that.
Getting started.
Click on the what's it? Was it the SAP class or? Click on that. Okay, now you have to download the entire thing, not go into the folder. You understand what I mean? Don't go in there. There we go. And then click download folder. It's after you download it, that's when you go into those folders to actually install the GUI.
You see.
I think I have a little bit of a lag over here on my computer.
Okay. Are you still getting the feedback from me, or it's okay now?
I'm still getting feedback.
I need to fix that. Okay, it'll take a while, so let's look at someone else's.
Okay, John. Can you show us your screen? Let's see what you're doing. Okay, you already created your info area. Okay. Lolak did, Uchi did, Abigail did, Ken. Oh, everybody. Oh, wow. That's impressive. All right, then why don't you guys now all together go ahead and create your info object catalogs.
I think some of them actually already did.
Yeah, they've all. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Linda has. James also has created one.
I'm having a little problem.
You are under info provider. You see where it says modeling? Make sure you are under info objects. Exactly. Guys, everybody pay attention, okay? Because when we catch these little errors, it has to benefit everybody.
John.
Yes.
John, can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you trying to create your info area, or you're trying to create your info object catalog?
I'm creating the info of object catalog.
Okay, go ahead and click on the X button at the bottom right. Go ahead and cancel that. So you go ahead and expand that folder. You have to create it under your info area, not the general class info area. So go ahead and click on the, no, cancel that. Click on the X. Click on the little triangle arrow, the little drop.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Again, and do it under your info area. There we go. While he's doing that, I'll need you guys to send an email to Eva with your student number. So if you're student 04 or 05, go ahead and put that student 05 and your actual name in there so we can know who's using what ID, okay? So after class, just send an email to Eva with your student number and your name.
Ellis, do they have access to SU 53?
I don't think so. Yeah, they have access to SU53.
Yeah, they should be able to input their names there, right?
Oh, you mean SU01? Not 53. That's 53 is the authorization log.
I mean SU3. I mean the SU3.
Nah, they don't have access to SU3. Not yet.
Okay. They should be okay with SU3, right?
They should be okay with SU3, right? I think so.
Yeah, so if they can put in their first name, their last name, and save from there, I think that would be good.
Their last name and save from there, I think that would be good.
Okay, who? I want to see who has created info objects. 1, 2, 3, 4. Abigail, you're good. You're doing good. John, you have both created. James, you only have one info object catalog created for the characteristic. Can you go ahead and finish it up? Nah,
Yeah,
are you there?
She's muted.
She's muted. Okay. Yao has created 2. Okay, very good. Ken, let me refresh and see what's happening.
I think you need to unmute her, right, Evans? Right? I think you muted her, so.
I muted who?
Nah, I think. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, have you created your info object catalogs?
Yeah, I'm still on it.
Hello, Evans.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I've been muted for quite long. I was trying to get the description, the application server, instance number, and all those stuff to be able to log on to the SAP 720.
Can someone look at my screen right quick?
You know what? Someone is going to have to help you on that because we are not there at all. That's that's something we should have talked about earlier. That was like the first hour. That was what we were doing, right? Did you not have the GUI?
I had it.
Slash anyway. Refresh.
I think there's something on the screen.
John, go ahead and click on the back button. See those three, green, yellow, red? Those are your, the green is the back button.
Okay.
Okay, we'll have to sort you out then because you are not even on the screen. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm saying that you've muted me for quite long. I wanted to log on to the SAP 720, and I have the description. What is the description? The application server, instance number, ID, system ID, and then SAP router string.
But we were on there earlier on, right? You didn't see it?
No, Can you please give me the description? Is it a SAP, SAP BI?
Go ahead and make it a presenter, Evans. Let's take a look at it.
Okay, hold on. Let's see where you are.
And John, make it start Z05, not Z05.
All right, you are the presenter now, so let's see your screen.
Yeah, this is my screen. I want the description.
Just type it in the description, BI7.
BI7?
Yeah, BI7. And
okay.
Then the application server should be Richmond. Richmond dot hobby dash site.com. And then the system number should be S, the system ID, that's fine. The system ID should be S09, the second one. Okay, go ahead and click finish.
Yep.
Click finish. Okay, now go ahead and double click on that, the BI7. You double click, not single. Okay, this is it coming up. What was your student number?
01.
No. What was your number?
My number was 02, sorry.
02. So go ahead and put in student 02.
And the password.
Put in student 02, student 02 as a user.
Okay.
In the user field, the one where you are just have 02.
Yeah.
It should be student 02. And then your password. Go ahead and delete everything. Press enter. Just press enter. Okay, now the password, put in student with all caps. Press enter. Should be all caps. Is it all caps, your student?
Yes.
No. The password itself. Okay. And you just typed in student.
Yeah.
Press enter.
I press enter.
Hold on, let me take a look at yours again. Go ahead and double click on that.
Okay, I got it now.
And then put in your user ID again.
Password, student.
Don't press enter here.
Okay.
Okay, type in the student again, all caps. Your user ID, there is no space between your user IDs.
Okay.
And then type in student for the password. For the password. Don't press enter yet. Don't press enter. Go back to your user ID and go back to your user ID and delete everything after the 2. And then press enter.
Enter a new password. Do I enter a new password?
Yes, enter a new password. Don't forget the password you put on.
On where?
Just enter a new password. Just type it.
Okay. Enter. Okay. SAL. Am I doing the right thing? Hello?
No, you're not doing the right thing.
Okay.
Can somebody help her tell what transaction code to type in there?
It's transaction RSA1.
RSA1.
Okay.
No.
It's RSA1. S
Slash 1.
1.
You're forgetting the backslash.
Then NRSA. Where's the N?
Hello?
Yeah, hit enter now.
You enter now. Enter.
Okay.
Check, do not show this question again. No, check the box. And then hit.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Then you go to the April 2011 class. You right-click that. You go to info area, no, on top. Info area, go up. Yep, click that. Then you put Z.
No, Jerry. Yeah, you go. and I'm going to
Put the letter Z, then your number, the number that he gave you.
302.
Then I think you put in
IA. 002 IA.
You put IA, yeah, IA.
And then in the description, put in your first name's info area, whatever your first name is.
Go
info
here.
area.
Then you write out
No. Agnes space. No. In the description, in the long description.
Long description, I put my name.
And info area. click there again. Click the long description again. Space. Click on the space on your keyboard. Info area.
Oh. Continue. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead and. Were you actually paying attention? Because we've gone through this over again. We cannot. Can someone help her? Because
Okay, let me see where you.
Go ahead and click info objects on the left hand side. On the left of your screen, go ahead and click info objects.
Agnes, under where you have info providers highlighted, you have to click on info objects, not info provider. Yeah. And then open up the April 2011 class, right click on it.
And go here, create a catalog.
You already info area. You create an info area for yourself under there.
I'm at info.
Okay, so you have to create an info area under that class.
Go ahead and click the X button. Close that. Click the X button at the bottom. Yeah, click that.
Yeah, to create info area, yes.
No, cancel that. You already created the info area. Go ahead and cancel it. Cancel that. Expand it. Okay, do you see your, no, look down. Do you see your info?
Yeah, this is my info area.
So you have to right click on your info area. Right click on your info area. Then you can create your catalog.
That's what I was doing.
No, that's not what you were doing. You were right clicking on the info class. Okay. Now go ahead and give the description. The technical name should be C02 IC and then CH. And then give the description, whatever description that we're using in the class. Someone help her? Pay attention so we don't keep repeating this stuff.
Okay, you type in info object catalog character there. Info space object catalog.
Yeah, catalog.
Catalog. No, catalog.
You can just put CAT space.
Catalog then character.
Yeah, and then CHAR.
Catalog.
Character.
Yeah. And go to the bottom of your, yeah, you see the picture, you have to click the paper thing.
Activate.
Yes.
Agnes.
Then go back to
Agnes.
Yes.
Go ahead and maximize your window. Go ahead and maximize your window. It's too small.
All right, I did.
Okay. And then guys, walk it through, okay? And this is something I think you guys would have to be doing more often, helping each other out. Okay? As you can help each other out, you actually also learn better yourself.
No, right-click on Agnes info area.
Alice.
Yes.
I think I have a message with the red
Go back to
icon.
Info object catalog.
Give me a second. Let's get it through.
Yeah. Yep, click that. Then go down and check key figure. You see where you see the key figure? Yeah. And then go back to info object card on top. On top, put the Z. No, right there. Put Z and your number. Then put ICKF.
Where? Behind it?
Keep typing ICKF, yeah. Then you now go to the description, the other side.
KF, not S.
So KF.
Yeah. And guys, we've been particular about this, your naming convention, because when you go out working, you cannot just go into any place and just create anything. You have to follow the naming convention of whatever the company uses.
Okay.
Okay, so give a description.
Type in info object catalog key figure. No, space it out. Space it out.
Info object.
Yeah, key figure. Info object catalog. Yeah. No. See guys, like CAT catalog key figure. Then go down to the paper thing. Yep, hit that.
Activate.
Yeah. Hold on. Yep. Then activate. Yeah.
Who else was having the problem?
Yeah, can you check on mine right quick? I think James.
James?
Yes,
Evans,
sir.
can you go ahead and make James the presenter? Agnes, go ahead and create your info object, okay? So you have to right click on your catalog now, the first one. No, not that one, the one before that.
Gloria, why is it taking you 5 minutes to create one info object?
I think she missed it. Create info object, the last one. So Z02 cust ID, CUST-ID.
Z02
CUST-ID. James, we'll get you in a second, okay? Please hold.
No problem. No problem.
Okay.
And then the description, just type in customer ID. Okay, and then hit the green check mark. The green check mark always means continue. Or the green check mark. Bottom. Right. There we go. That green guy there. Okay, and then the data type on the right hand side where it says data type. Okay, click on that. On the data type, come down, bring your mouse down. Can you hear me, Agnes?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Go ahead and bring your mouse to where it says data type. Slowly, just, all right, go up, just go up and right there. Okay, move a little bit to the right on the box itself, and then click that. And then select the first one, character string. And what was the length? Was what, 4?
4.
Okay. And then go and hit activate. Okay. Repeat the same steps to create the rest of your info objects.
Okay.
Okay. Evans, go ahead and switch to James. Repeat the same steps. Right click on your info object catalog and then repeat.
Oh, okay.
Right, Evans, go ahead and make James the presenter.
Okay, hold on one second. Ken, what happened to your info object catalog of the type character?
Oh, I just made some mistakes with type padding, so I wanted to change everything, but I got everything down.
No, you still
Okay.
have
So that's because I saw you've created a lot of stuff. Now there is nothing there. You're aware with that, right?
Yeah.
You're aware of that.
I was just getting myself a little more experience creating them.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sounds good.
It's not a customer ID you want to change. No. You have to change the character. Yes.
Guys, if you come into the class, I need you to be at a place where it is quiet. Okay? Because I mean, you will distract the entire class if there is a lot of noise in the background. It's very important. I don't know where the noise is coming from, so I went ahead to mute everybody.
I think it's coming from Agnes, right?
And anywhere there is too much noise, it's very distracting. Okay, all right. I muted everywhere where the noise is coming from, so we can go ahead. Who is next? Who is having a problem? Is it James?
Yeah.
James and Agnes, your character name is too long. It should be CUSTNM. Delete the name and put NM.
I think you need somebody to be able to take you through what we've done today, because if you're just creating them and you don't quite understand, it's going to be hard for you to, follow going forward, because we are building the foundation here. And if you don't understand today's class, it's going to be tough to be able to, progress and go on. You realize that you will get lost. So you may need to speak with somebody, in the class to be able to bring you up to speed. The videos will also be available, so you can use that. Okay, so this is all right. James's screen.
Okay. What problem were you having, James?
Well, I did it attribute, but I don't see them over here.
What the attribute should be? What should be of a customer ID, right? So
right.
You're looking at your zip, so go back and double click on your customer ID.
Oh, okay. Okay, how do you...
Then go to change mode. Remember when he tell you how to switch between display and change?
Yeah.
The little pencil, right? It's the pencil with the glasses right there. Right there.
There you go. Okay.
That's where you put the attributes.
Okay. He did a shortcut. That's what I'm looking for.
You just copy the text. Just do Control C and then paste it there. Control C, and then click there and just do Control V. You copied something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, just type it in. Okay. Just type in. That's fine. Well, you have it right there.
Oh, it's right there. Yeah, it's right here. Okay, I got it. How do you get the next one?
If you look on
the activate,
press enter. That's one way.
Okay.
Let's see. Did it come?
Yeah.
Okay. Or you see the little plus at the very bottom?
Uh-huh.
It will do the same thing. It'll add.
Oh, okay. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Now let me ask you a question, maybe a dumb question, but why did you not add customer ID?
Oh, no, shoot.
No. I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying do it. Can anybody tell me why?
Customer ID is the main
yeah,
one.
It's the main one.
All the other ones are the attributes of the customer ID.
Yeah.
Good. So all these objects are attributes of what? Customer ID.
Customer ID, yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and press enter. Enter will always check. So go ahead and press enter. Okay.
And then create. Continue, right?
Your screen's a little slow. Now go ahead and see. Cancel that.
Okay.
Okay. The reason it's complaining is because that's not customer name. Type in customer name again. You had the wrong thing. See is what Z04CUSNM. Yeah. Okay, go ahead and click that, but you don't have a T in yours. If you look on your left-hand side, you see customer name. There's no T in there. Whatever you created did not have a T.
Okay, take it off.
Can press enter. You always do that. Press enter.
There you go.
Okay, don't activate it yet, but
okay.
What I want to show you guys also is, you see, all the names, the descriptions came there, which means everything is correct.
Right.
One way to find out also is move your mouse all the way to the left, where top where the pencil was, and then move over 4 icons. Not actually 3 icons. Come over to the right, 3 icons. Right there. See that? What does it say?
Check.
Check. Go ahead and click that. See at the bottom it tells you what everything is what okay.
Yeah.
Bottom left, you see where it says at the very bottom left. It says characteristics okay.
Yeah. Check okay. Yeah.
There we go. That's the way you can check before you activate it. So go ahead and activate it.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Yeah, this is Ken. I have a question.
Sure. Can you make Evans? Can you make Ken the presenter?
Okay, the problem I have is that I was making a change to the tech name. I threw in an A in there, but when I try to recreate the info object and re-put the information down, since I deleted the folder, it says it already exists. I don't know what to do now.
Okay, those characteristics that you created already exist, right?
Yeah, but when you look in the folder, it's not there anymore.
That's fine, because when you deleted the folder, they had to go somewhere else, right?
Mm-hmm. So where does it go?
So go ahead and
Unassigned.
click on the unassigned notes, the very first info area. No, yeah, right there. Go ahead and expand it. And then go to not assigned, unassigned characteristics, the last one.
Okay.
And then.
So how do I move this back into under my area? Like the ones that I needed, like 06.
You see the middle? Go ahead and move the middle, the scroll bar. Move a little bit to the right of the scroll bar. Yeah, go ahead and keep moving your mouse a little bit till you see that to your right. Go to your right.
It's a little hard. I'm using a laptop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because.
But it's definitely I see 006. This is mine right here. Like this one, the first 4 are mine.
So if you move your mouse, I want everybody to watch this also. Move the mouse back right after the scroll bar, that vertical line. You can actually adjust the vertical line. Move a little bit more to the right, just a little bit to the right. There we go. You can adjust that. So drag that. You see? Okay. That allows you to adjust it.
Okay.
Okay, so now let's see. Go all the way to the right on your catalog, all the way to the right. Right-click on characteristics.
Right-click on characteristics.
No, keep all the way to the right.
All the way to the right.
Yeah. Right-click on that. Let me see. Did you right-click?
Yeah. It's not doing anything.
It's not doing anything. Okay.
It's in display mode.
It's in display mode. Okay, go ahead and go to change mode. One more, up one more. up and then left pencil. Okay, right click on that again, let's see. And then do info object direct input, yeah. Then type in that name, type in that those objects, just type them in.
The tech name or just the regular info object?
The tech names.
The tech name, technical ID.
When you're done, you hit enter.
Press enter. Okay, see the description comes over there, that means it's good. And then just type the rest in.
Okay.
Now, I hope by now you guys can see why we have the naming conventions, right? If everybody has city in there, how would you know which one is yours?
Any more questions before we close? I'm going to be sending you assignments to be creating a whole lot more info objects.
Evan, were we supposed to create the key figure also? Because
No, don't worry about key figures today.
Okay.
The objective is to be able to load master data, right? And we said the target where the master data goes and resides is going to be your characteristic info object. So the assignment we are doing is taking a scenario where we have, you know, you were working and then they ask you to load master data and they've given you the master data in Excel spreadsheets. What do? This is the first step, is to create all the info objects that corresponds to the various fields. And then you also assign the attributes.
Can it activate it?
And then the next thing that you do is to load it. Okay.
Where was activate?
Hold on. Click on the X, close it, go ahead and close it.
Close this.
And then, yeah, close that. And then on the characteristics, click on the drop down, open it up, expand it on your right hand side. Yeah, just go ahead and expand it. You see all your objects there?
Mm-hmm.
Everything there? Okay. Now go ahead and activate it. The activate is that little firecracker, whatever they call it, cigarette. At the top.
This thing right here?
No, top left.
Oh, back here?
Right there, yes. That's what you use to activate.
So just activate right now?
Yes, just activate it. Okay. And you can...
All right.
Right? If you go back and you okay, see them there, right? Good.
Yep. Thanks a lot.
So Ken, so the next time that happens again, what you do is, you know, you create your info object catalog, double click on it, move on to the right, make sure it's in change mode, right click on the characteristics, and then do direct input, and then you can bring in all of that from unassigned notes.
Yeah, it's good to know.
This is BI. You guys have to remember there are probably 2 or 3 ways of doing the same thing. So explore. Okay. Any more questions? I guess no more questions. Everybody must be happy. If you guys happy, we're happy too.
Alice, can we have your phone number too, in case we have a problem?
Yeah, Evan.
Best way to get me, I don't give my phone
Yeah,
number.
Evan.
Just send me an email and I'll get in touch with you.
Yeah,
Yes.
what is your email?
I think I'm having problems with my...
John, you're having a problem, right? Let's...
Right.
Alice, can you...
James, we'll send it to you in an email, okay? I'll send it to you guys. Yes.
All right.
Let them finish and we'll email it to you.
All right.
All right, John, go ahead.
Okay. Where's my... Okay, I was trying to load the customer ID attributes. But when I load, it doesn't give me the long description.
But why is it saying customer name? That's not where you do your control C. It has to be the technical name. See, it uses a technical name. Exactly. So go ahead and then delete it, and then yeah, you see, because there is no object that yeah, this is just a description. Exactly. Yeah, move it. Excellent.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
So just go ahead and then do one.
Guys, remember. So just go ahead and then do one. As far as the system is concerned, descriptions don't mean anything to the system. It's all technical ID. Description is for your own purpose, so you can see what it is. But everything goes by tech ID.
Hit enter.
Oh, okay. All right. So when I finish, I activate everything.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Excellent. I thought I was going to be able to go further than today. I mean, than what we have now, but I guess it's okay. It's 12:52, and we need to be wrapping up.
I have a question though.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the attributes, I'm just seeing that. I didn't do that, and I don't think I know how to get to that. I just saw it now.
What are you talking about?
You see how you're doing the attributes for John now?
Go to your screen.
Okay. Like this then? How do I load up the attributes?
Okay, so tell me what your understanding is about attributes from what we've talked about so far.
Attributes are the components of the main customer ID.
So if they are the properties of customer ID, where would you have to assign it to?
I have to assign it to customer ID and then to the attribute.
So what is the first step that you do? How do you go in there? Can you show me where you're going to put it in?
That's what I'm saying. I think I lost that. Do I have to drag it?
You have to double click on that.
You have to go to change mode also, right?
No, he's in city. Wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
Go to customer ID first. Did you double click on it?
Yes, I did.
No, you haven't. Okay, there. I think, the refresh rate here is not good. The next thing you do is you click on the change.
I click on the change.
Go to change mode. Pencil, remember? Pencil.
Okay. Yep. I just changed it.
Okay, so why is your customer ID 10 and why is it showing lower cases?
I don't mean lower cases. I checked it. I checked lower cases also.
Why? Why did you check that? Why is your length 10 and why did you check lower cases? I mean, you can't be doing anything without necessarily understanding it. That is a recipe for disaster. And I like to take my time to explain things before we start creating. So if you miss the concept, then you are in trouble.
No, I get the concept. Like you said before and all that. I guess I didn't see your, I don't know where I'm saying, but I do understand what's going on.
Okay, great. Ellis, we're still getting this feedback, so this video will be very bad.
It's still coming or it's better now?
Well, I can't hear anymore. I think it's better now. Can you go ahead and then activate it?
String error. Just convert the tables that need to be converted.
What is the error?
The error convert the tables that need to be converted.
Can you go ahead and then hit the activate button again?
Do I hit the check mark?
Continue, yeah. And then say a yes over here.
The error.
Okay, continue. Just hit enter or just say continue. Yes. Just continue. That is the problem, you know, that you go through when you you know, check, or you have to change the length, you know. Okay, let's see what we need to do. Go down there, say activate and adjust database.
Yes.
And then do a yes. And then do a yes. Okay, go back. The green arrow button. The green arrow button. The green arrow. It's an arrow. Go back again. And then do a refresh. You know where your refresh button is?
Right here. This one. Do I refresh all?
Refresh all. Yeah, select that.
Let him reactivate it again.
Can you do a check? Do a check on there, let me see. Or go out and then come back in.
Actually, check.
Just reactivate it again, let's see. Continue, yeah.
ETS.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead and hit yes.
Same error message.
Just go ahead and then just create a new one. Just leave this one there and create a new one. Okay, we'll try and fix it. And then when you are done, you have to double click on it and then go into attributes and then put in those Those attributes. I mean, see, I did every single thing that we're doing here. So this is my principle. I don't want to have classes that goes on and on and on, because I know the problem with attention. You know, when you have very long hours, people are tired and everything. But you know, the point I'm trying to make is, if I'm doing a presentation and I need you to follow me, I need you to see what I'm doing. Don't look on somewhere else, because you're going to miss it. You know, there are so many screens, there are so many things. It is new, it takes time, but I need your 100% attention. If you divide your attention doing household chores or doing other things and then you come back, you're going to be lost. Thank God there are videos. You can always watch it and then follow. But you know, this is when I can dedicate time to go through things with you guys. You know, so I really want you guys to pay attention, so that we can move forward and then be on the same pace. You know, otherwise some people are going to be completely lost. It doesn't make sense if you're going to be just clicking. Someone is telling you to click and you don't understand what is going on. You know, so Uchi, I think you are fine. You know, you can create a new one, right? Just create a new customer ID. Forget about this here, and you know,
but it won't allow me.
Thing is, go ahead and click on the yellow. Click on the yellow arrow button, the one pointing at the top, or just hit continue. Hit top yellow, the yellow. Click the green check mark. If you're already here, click the green check mark.
Okay.
Hit the green check mark again. Yes. Click the yes.
It's not allowing me to create anything.
Go ahead and click the green check mark.
Just completely go out. You know, just let him log out and then come back in again.
Okay, and I'll do cancel.
Oh, okay, nice. Good.
I'm going to have okay, while he's creating, we need you guys to please practice, and also learn what the icons mean. If you've noticed that if you move your mouse over an icon, it will tell you exactly what it does. So you have to be familiar with these icons. So when we say create, you don't ask where is the create button, okay? Learn what these icons mean. The rest of you, is everybody okay? Okay, read the message at the bottom. What is it telling you?
It already exists as characteristics. Please rename it.
Okay. Okay, Ivan.
Yes.
I guess we can call it a day. If anybody wants to leave, do you have anything else?
No, that's about it. We are done for the day. So guys, Thank you for coming. I think I will send out the necessary emails and whatever is needed. Okay. If you want the data that we created, I will put everything in the Dropbox. So start using the Dropbox now. You'll find more information over there. As soon as the video is ready, we'll put that over there as well. All right.
Evans, this is Lola. I don't think I have the Dropbox that you're talking about. Is it because, I don't know, I didn't get an email from you on that one?
You do. You have an email.
I do? I'm
Yes.
sorry.